Carrion Piercer. You look 35. Chad, do I look 35? Do like a run with each character? Yeah, we're gonna run with every character. This is the last one. Run number 8.
Damn, fuck, dude. You look 35.
You look 35? Yeah, I'm 26, so... Yeah,
Shit funny, dude.
Okay, we got a couple seals. O Flame and Black Flame, that's kinda lit. I can spam that. What if it's still bugged? No pun intended. We can go down to get this Evergel. Rotate down to that church, then rotate down to that Evergel, get up that rise. Wait, how many rises do we have here? Only one? No. No. 3 Banished Knights. They need to fix up the distribution of these Evergels. Cause like shit's just wrong.
Alright. Forgot.
Get this up on time, please, please, please. Oh, that was close. That hurts. Heal. Did you just block that shit? Like I missed mine. He looked 69 and got him. Why are you so aggressive for? That's gonna hurt. Yeah. God. Okay, so we have one Evergel cleared. This is a pretty decent circle as well. I kind of wish there was more to the right to covering that Evergel. Spending so much time killing these enemies because this is like, you know, recluse gaming. But it's been the magic.
Oh my god.
Honestly. Kind of mid, but whatever. Is this boss still dog? Huh? Does the boss get poisoned? I'm not sure if you can put poison on the boss, honestly. How important is fire damage in this fight compared to the other Everdark boss's weaknesses? I'd say it's just as important. Should I do this Evergel right now? If like something stupid comes out, we're cooked. Don't see me. That's fine. Honestly, best case scenario.
Ah, yeah.
Okay. It's always like this crazy whiplash when I just get one shot by everything. It's like, okay. Fair enough. I was gonna actually use my skill, and I clicked the skill button, but somehow it used Swarm of Flies instead. And if I used the skill, I actually could have cancelled it, and I would have been able to dodge that attack. Did I... What happened there? Yeah, give me that shit. Where's my shit? Where's my runes? They're here. I'm blind. Let's go visit this rise. And we can rotate down to this fort, get a stone sword key, then go hit up that Everjail, I guess. Get that church. So we can get 3 churches and have 3 Everjail bosses defeated. That's pretty good. You rock. Thank you. Look like a handsome young man with a bright future ahead of him. I appreciate that. I could have with the Staff of Loss, but I'm gonna play around fire damage anyway, so we're probably gonna ditch the magic damage. First time glazes, that's perfectly fine. I appreciate all of the glazes. Is co-op or solo? It depends. If you're playing solo and it's like you're kind of new to the game, then it's gonna be pretty challenging. If you're playing in a group that knows what they're doing, it doesn't really get easier than that. And especially if you have that communication as well. So if you have like a pre-made group, you can all communicate, then it's probably the easiest way to play the game. With like randoms, obviously it's like it depends. Ow. I ditched the stone sword keys. Well, that's the starlight shot. Oh, that's close. Cool. We managed to get out of there. Wait a minute, I forgot to be getting staves and seals. What am I doing? They keep coming. Cool. Don't block. What? I'll space that and hit him with this. Big boy damage. Give me a seal. Bird fire attack power. That's cool, I'll take that. I want to use fire damage. Never got the grafted blade. Is it a myth? No, it's just pretty rare. I've had it a couple times. Do you have to play in any way differently when fighting the Everdark bosses? No, it's the same expedition. It's just like the boss just has like a different phase. Just talk about like in particular like the third phase is to fight it differently at all. Kinda. Okay. I like the part where they dodge. Aha, they didn't dodge. Don't do that. Don't do that. I have hype run with it. Nice. What the hell? Because a 7-hit combo. I was like, okay, surely they stop after the 3rd one, but no, they kept going, sure enough. These random enemies, like these random mobs, have like more complex combos than like anything in like Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 combined. Hold this. You're the worst. Ow. Improved sorcerers and incantations. So we're getting some good buffs. We've cleared out 3 Everjails. We have 3 churches hit up, and there's still 1 more in the map. Let's go quickly go to this cathedral. See if we can get another seal. 'Cause if we get another seal, it's going to be lots of... Well, we could definitely get another seal here. I have to go jump up to the top, though. Try and get the stone sword key also. Give me stone sword key. You're the worst. We got a pretty favorable circle. Like the most favorable. Wait a minute. No. The seals are down here, right? They're down here. What am I doing? What am I doing? That's fine. That's a lot of FP. There should be this smelter demon, right? Recluse has no HP? Well, like, the HP bar... No, she does have pretty little HP, yeah. But it seems like more exaggerated because, my FP bar is so large, you know? It's like when you shave your pubes. Same thing. Actually, a stone sword key can spawn there. Just learned the forts have another chest that can drop keys. All the chests in like the forts can drop keys. It's like it's a random. It's like super rare though. I've had it a couple times. What the fuck? Okay, we gotta lock in. Shit, okay, cool. I'm getting one shot. That's fantastic. Shit, okay, I guess let's go the fast animation shit. Damn, bro, the stamina cost as well. Why'd they give both casters? Like the worst stamina of all time. That's gonna hurt. Okay, thank God. Somehow I'm alive. Okay. This guy's scary. No. Don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. He's gonna die himself, it's fine. Yeah, he damages himself in that AoE. What else did I have that I could have used? I don't know. I could have used Glintstone Pebble on this stuff instead of would have done more damage. That was stressful. I don't think I would like to use fire damage on the fire boss. I need to go change up my audio settings because my headset just died. Back to the speaker. Okay, cool. Did you beat the boss? Yeah, I beat it like 7 times. This is my 8th time fighting the boss. We're doing it with every single character. But this is the last character. And then we're done. I don't like the boss. I don't like it. If you're doing too much. What earphones are they? Like one of the Arctis earbuds. Give me a stone sword key. I thought it gave me 2 for a second. I was like, no way. Okay, I'm going to that Evergel over there. Yeah, I can buy a stone sword key with that other merchant. Alright, do you like the boss, Chris? Stop that. I missed. I like that cool lightning blade, it's sick. That's the only combination I actually like. Let's have holy damage and I can make a cool, sick blizzard. Okay, what the hell is this? What the hell are you doing? Get back down here. Be a good dragon. Okay, I thought like he was just gonna miss because he's like high up and shit, and I was like, okay, he's just gonna miss me, right? Stupid ass game. Where's my runes? I should have just dodged it anyway. Get over here. Cool. This FP that we have is a bit unnecessary. A polybow, what the hell is this? Sudden enemy deaths, sure. Wait, have I gone through this? I haven't gone through this fort. Wait, we can go through this fort, get another Evergel. Oh, stone sword key. Oh, it's so unnecessary though. Because I can just buy one of this merchant. I'm not going to be able to hit up all 7. It's unnecessary. That's fine. I don't care. It's going to waste so much time if I run there. Because I don't want to go to these outside ones. We'll just go settle with the 5. Please don't do things stupid. That's okay. Let's go spam this. See if it's still like bugged. I think it is. Wait, I have fire damage. But this one does like insane damage as well. Actually does more damage than the that's gonna hurt. Heal. Let me heal. Lock onto his head, please. That's a pretty decent circle. Honestly, I can get all 3 ever jails. I could have grabbed all 3. I'd rather have the gradual flask restoration, honestly. Maybe you have a stone sword key for me. I'll grab that. For sure. Okay, let's go. I don't know what I want. I need to get some like better spells. I want like expensive spells that I can spend. Because I have lots of FP. Give me the most expensive stuff. Saw the boss before, but I woke up in a shower. Is it shit to fight? It's kind of mid. I mean, it's like the same fight, you know? So if you don't like sentient pests, you're just not gonna like this one. Although I think I like the 3rd phase better than I like the 2nd phase. But it doesn't, it's less of that charging. It doesn't do that charging bullshit, you know? So yeah. This is cool. It's annoying that I'm like gonna spawn, it's gonna spawn me so far away though. That's really annoying. That's okay though. I have lightning damage. Wait, let me go absorb that. Hit him! Thank you. I'm just gonna spam this shit. I'll heal up just in case. Come back here! There's times like this that I wish I had Knight's Lightning Spear in this game. Let me out of the bubble! Should I go to the basement? I feel like we should go to the basement. We're not gonna kill anything else here, we're just gonna go into the basement and loot. We're not gonna go up top. Actually, I would like to buy these things though. Swear to God. I could grab this. Spell casting speed, I can grab that too. Jumping attacks, reduce spell FP cost, range weapon attacks. I don't think this all applies anything. Should we sacrifice the FP to get the coated sword?
Oh, damn.
Because I don't have a range weapon, I have a close range weapon. Actually, I have an oath weapon. Like, fuck that. Coated sword is insane. I'm not fighting right now. It's gonna be ass. Because we're gonna spam, and I get access to holy damage now as well. So I can actually go ahead and make myself a the ice, and I can just use the ice when he's gonna do like a stupid attack like in his counter. So if that's the case, I'll probably have that there. We're not gonna finish at that high of a level, which is very, very, very good.
No, I actually got me this time. Bro, I can't even hit this guy.
I want a stone sword key.
I mean, practice or not, god damn, you are frustrating to fucking kill. I hate that targeting system. It's getting me fucked up.
I'm gonna kill this build boss over there. See what it is.
That would've killed me.
Wait a minute. Let me use this. Now I have auto parry.
Mm.
Oh, I can't parry that. Oh yeah. Auto parry did something. It's doing a thing.
Is there a tunnel?
It already wore off. Can I outspace that? Go for the stance break or the kill. Improved dodging. For the 20k runes. For the 20k. I'll live
Yeah.
for this boss. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. You don't see me. The hell was that? Ow!
Ah. I didn't see him.
Do I want that combo? That's like the big lightning attack, isn't it?
I wanna go to the tunnel.
Charge sorcerers. Okay. This is not the worst level, honestly. We can kill a couple more things. There's like gonna be another field boss over here. And it's a day 1 boss, so I can kill it. Maybe get to level 13 actually. I wish you found like any damage negation stuff or something. That's a black assassin.
Damn.
We have coded, so that's gonna be okay. No, do it. Oh, that was close. That's gonna kill me. It didn't kill me. You suck. I'm gonna heal him. Couple of close calls there. How do you have?
Ah, shit.
So why do I have this still?
Yeah, so he got me. I forgot to aim it.
Give me like golden bow or something. Pest threads reduce spell FP cost. Pest threads could be interesting. No, that's fine. Who cares? Honestly, didn't need that. Put the sword in the left hand. No, it's fine. Where boss?
Ah.
My ranking of the Everdark bosses so far was Fulgor and probably a Dell than this one. I have lightning damage. Actually, it's gonna be pretty good to use my big lightning spell.
I love dancing with this guy. Ah,
Okay.
damn, it's actually kind of hard to. Alright, let me get your timing right.
Go get him. Okay, stay still. Please stay still. Nice. I was gonna ult
Bro.
there, but I was like, I'll save my ult for the boss. Because I need to panic use it at the beginning.
Damn. Bro, chill.
Let's go use the ice. Is it gonna proc frost on him? Who knows? We'll see. It didn't proc frost. I'm going for it. That was a mistake. Surely I can proc frost this time. No, you're supposed to. No, you're doing it wrong. Got it. Oh, flame spin. I mean, black flame spin.
Yeah. Big time's over.
That's annoying. I hate bosses like this.
Wait, how to get out of here? Hold on.
Maybe we spam my flame instead. It's probably gonna give me more damage. Gonna be faster. Okay.
Hey, yo.
To the stamina.
Damn.
I want a damage negation or health. Like, this is so bad.
Yo. Damn.
I don't need
Alright.
this many starlight shards. I mean, it's too early water. Only thing else I could have bought was like a the turtleneck thingy.
Bruh.
Okay.
Oh, whoa, it didn't register.
I don't know why I really did that, honestly.
Yo, chill.
It already wore off. Fuck the frost. That's highly unfortunate. Oh god.
Since
I
you
was gonna
want
do
some
the
so
slow one.
bad, dude.
It was in fact not the slow one.
Oh shit, fuck. Chill out. Oh.
Maybe let's go with this bozo instead.
Oh. Oh.
It's not looking good.
Hey, bro.
Why didn't I just dodge? Use it, please, please. You're doing it again, wow. That's so cool. Ah! Why you go bye-bye for? Okay, well that's interesting. Ah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense now.
Oh, shit, forgot.
I've never seen that one before. Okay, well that's a first. What the hell am I doing now? So many things going on, I know which one to kill. We're gonna spam Earthflame, fuck it up.
Goddamn. Chill. It still hit me.
That's nice. That's good damage. That's fine. Dodge it better, please. Fire Flame is coming in clutch. That's gonna hurt me.
Oh, wait.
Oh, we got a stance break? Oh, we won? Nice. I think when you're in solo, the other one just doesn't do anything. That one's just flying around. I didn't even pay attention to the other mob. I was just focusing on that boss. That was fine. I'm kind of curious to see what happens though when you focus on the big one. Because the big one can take over the other moth, or the red one can take over the other moth, and you can probably do some different and unique attacks that I haven't seen before. You think Ironeye is the best character in the game? Yeah. Anyway, we did it. All 8 characters done with a new boss in a row. Not a single death or a single defeat. Nice. All 8 done. I thought Recluse was gonna be worse than that. But
Nah, man.
we had Cat or Flame. That's good enough.
Yeah. And this is why
Hell yeah.
I can't play.
GG.
I keep
We'll go
crashing.
do more of that. I'm still disappointed about my no hit run failure earlier today. I'm still sad about that one. We had even. I got 3 PBs of 1 in my no hit run. And then we can't have to wait another who knows how many weeks until the boss comes back. Could have downloaded a mod, but that was the one as well. Let's go to hit and some dumb shit by the Nameless King. Oh, I saw yesterday's run was the worst one though. The fact that I just had, if I had 1 more stamina, I would have been able to dodge the attack. And I would have won. Disappointed. That's fine. Anyway, we're done for today. Let's go see if we can raid somebody. Who is streaming Elden Ring Nightreign playing the new boss?
the part of the brain. You know how some people have like foot fetishes, and they're like, "Man, I sure do love feet." I feel like that's how it is for some people. Like other people
Wait,
are
how
like,
do
"Ew, feet
we?
are gross." That's kind of how I feel about like big bonk. You know, like for me, I'm like, I don't get it. I don't have that part of the brain.
God
Other people are
damn,
like, "Big
this is
bonk,
kind of
feel
annoying
good,"
to
you
listen
know?
to.
It's not for me. I don't get it. Basically, big bonk is like foot fetish.
What the fuck am I listening
I
to?
understand.
No, I don't want to listen to you.
My fucking mind. Did I pass
There.
it? I must have.
Okay. We can listen to
There it
you.
is. Oh my goodness. Yo, Yuri! Thanks for the raid, dude!
Ugh. Excuse me.
How's it going, everybody? How's your stream, man? What were you up to today? Did you kill the bug? Passed it? Yeah, I did. I'm just tired.
Kinda do wanna try and kill the bug.
Aren't we running the new boss relic? It's not very good, Zelen. It's not very good. It's good if you have nothing. Like if you're just starting out. But I feel like people doing hard mode are probably gonna have better stuff. But it's a good guaranteed relic if you don't have better RNG ones, essentially. Probably this one. Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted.
Well, I hope we don't
fan man
crash.
boost. Okay, so we have the ult boost, we have the Everjail, and then the max FP up. This is a nice one. I actually really like this one. I just wish we had more. Because with this, we got the double Revenant, but no FP boost. And that FP boost is huge. So... Fighting alongside family is better than family buff on ult. Well... You gotta think of it this way. When you need the damage with your ult, you give it to not only your teammates, but to yourself and your buds, right? And it's like, what, 30% for 20 seconds, 25 seconds? It's so big. It's fucking crazy buff. Without that, her ult doesn't do much of anything besides, like, make Sebastian laser beam. So... it really, really makes her ult super powerful. And her power up of fighting alongside family is really good. With what, the Sebastian ult? With I think it's Sebastian, because he gives the 10% damage buff, which is good, but it only applies to you, and it only applies when he's out and he dies. So I think the ult is actually way better. I'm gonna make a case for the this one being way better. It's Frederick, yeah. Isn't our ult only for clutch revives? It is not. It is not. With this, it is not. You use it at the start of a fight, buff everybody in fucking damage phase time. Not to be weird, this is probably going to sound weird, but your voice is so soothing. I love listening to you. Hey, I hear that a lot. I don't understand it at all, but I appreciate it.
It's so monotone. You just kind of like... It is though.
To me,
Guy
my
in
voice is like
line.
nails on a fucking chalkboard. not quite, but I'm glad some people like it.
It's also the mic too, I think.
Yeah, shit, I don't know, man. This is hard. That one's hard. Why do I have a Guardian one on? Oh, right, because that's all I got. The Evergel one. Fuck. I'm sort of cooked
Oh,
with the
what?
relics, man.
I'm still getting used to the new one.
We do nothing good. You did the new boss with all of the characters already? What the fuck? That's crazy. What's the next enhanced one? We don't actually know yet. We don't actually know yet. Oh god, chat, I just looked at the time and I'm pretty fucking tired. Chat, we are actually gonna call it. We're actually gonna call it here. I hate to call it. I wanted to do one more, but I'm tired. I'm gonna send the party over. Don't go, don't leave. Don't go. We're gonna send the party over to another streamer. I'm gonna keep this party rolling. Thanks for watching though tonight, guys. It was so much fun. I love killing this fucking stupid bug. I'm a big fan of crushing him.
Nah, I gotta look for another
So
stream
turns
to
out.
listen to. Damn. I wish this game had more players.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm
where
just
am I
fucking
supposed to go?
tired, man. I'm tired. I've been tired for a long time.
I guess I can go there.
But again, we'll be back tomorrow.
Or
Back to our usual schedule of Nightreign. So look forward to that. We'll kill more bug, maybe with you guys this time. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Chat.
chat.
I'm gonna send you guys over to Raph. You guys know Raph? I was just playing with her the other day. She's doing a new boss. What a shock. YouTube gamers, send your YouTube link. So you don't even have to go on Smelly Twitch. How fun. But yeah, I'm fucking tired. I'm falling asleep. I gotta call it. Thanks for watching, everybody. Love you all so much. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow for more Nightreign.
Where did that thing go? I
Thanks,
need
guys.
that thing.
Thanks for watching.
Torch attack. Holy shit. Torch attack.
This is 7-time NBA All-Star. And he is 49th on the NBA's all-time scoring list with over 20,000 points. He is easily one of the greatest basketball players ever.
Who was the most underrated one-on-one player of my era? Joe Johnson. He got his name ISO Joe. And we still don't give him credit for it. It was like poetry with him.
And since Joe Johnson is an NBA legend, it's going to be extremely difficult for me to sneak him into this park run. Anybody want to hoop? not impossible. First, I have to promote a park run in Atlanta, Georgia. Then, we have to give Joe a subtle disguise.
These glasses have a camera on them right here, so we'll be able to see your exact point of view as you try and sneak into the crowd.
I hope these joints recording.
And the last thing we need is a distraction. So I called in the internet's shiftiest hooper, J. Lou. And as long as we stick to our plan, we should be able to successfully sneak Joe Johnson into this park run.
So the plan is, we're gonna go up there before you. It's our job to get the
Whoa,
energy
shit,
statewide.
dude.
You know, me, J. Lou, Bruce, we're here to kind of hoop and distract them while you sneak your way into the crowd. If this video gets 30,000 likes, I will sneak in whoever the top comment is to the next park run. Joe Johnson's about to shut down the park. We're in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's get it.
It was officially time to get the first game started so we could distract the crowd and get Joe up here.
Check ball, check ball. Are you on? 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, Lou.
Oh yeah, where is this guy going?
Early. Little do any of these people know Joe Johnson is actually walking up here right now, as you guys can see. Early. Tell Joe to hurry up if you can, because we're only going 7. Yeah, Bruce, go to work, Bruce. Go to work, Bruce. Oh yeah.
When Joe finally made it into the crowd, we realized our plan was working perfectly because literally nobody noticed him. It's safe to say that the game was distracting every single person at the park.
Hey!
But it wasn't time to reveal that Joe Johnson was legitimately hiding less than 100 feet away from everyone.
Joe in the crowd, I thought I could see him myself. Good hand. Come on. Get it, Lou. Go to work, Lou. Go to work. Oh.
The plan was working so well that I didn't even know where he was.
I don't see him anywhere, bro. He's blending in like crazy. Legit. Get up. Yo, I don't even know where he is. Oh my goodness. Game! Ew.
J. Lou had successfully distracted the crowd, but now it was time to sneak Joe onto the court.
Yo, who's next? Hey, we're going 3s next. We gotta go half court 3s. Yeah, right now. Yo, bring it in, bring it in. We're going half court. Yo, everyone rolling? Hey, anybody else want to hoop over here? Anybody want to hoop? You do? Hey, come on, bring it in. Hey, we brought 7-time NBA All-Star Joe Johnson. Oh yeah, take the hood off, the glasses. Yeah.
Ah man, fuck.
Joe Johnson in the building, one of the top 50 greatest scorers in NBA history. We brought him outside of the park here in Atlanta, Georgia. One more time, make some noise, yes sir.
But the job's not finished, and it was time for us to hoop.
Tough shot, boy. Come on, come on. Come on. He's a toddler. Get up. All the work, Lou. Hey, that boy move. Gotta work, Lou. Oh my God. Oh my. Look at the look back. J. Lou do it, J. like butter. He play hard. Shit light. He compete. He compete. They picking on you, bro. They picking on you. They picking on you. Get a buck, Red. Why you switch? Why'd you switch? Why'd he switch though?
You guys gotta show me something.
I'm playing Gagino. I know you playing great team. And you play hard. Who? You. I got you. Look at the contact you make. I'm telling you what you make. Yeah, I know, but you can't be able to initiate contact and don't think I ain't gonna make nothing back. Oh! Oh, what? Give him a bucket. Give him a bucket. Who said that was true? Who said it? Give him one more bucket. He said switch me back. Yeah, he said switch me back. Hey, score on all of them, Joe. Give them all a bucket. We talk about a top 50 NBAs. Oh my goodness. Come on, Jay Lou bag. Give him a bucket. Give him a bucket. Give him a bucket. Top. Your ball, your ball, your ball, your ball, your ball.
And I crashed. I really can't play this game without crashing, dude. I need a new motherboard so bad. Whatever. It is what it is.
Come on now. Game over. It's over. Hey, first game we got a skunk. I mean, we got the next game coming on right now. All right, what do we think? Game one.
Game one was
How we
fire. Just getting our feet warmed up. Damn, I can't make no jump shots though. I don't like that.
First game. First game. Come
All
on,
right,
going to the next one. Going to the next one.
Here's a crazy stat from my channel. Over 80% of you watching are not subscribed. It's free and it goes a long way in supporting me to be able to do videos like this. So please
Oh, I
give
know
this
this is
video a
someone
like and
else.
subscribe to my channel if you haven't yet.
Hey, we're going to go game 9.
This is the warm-up run.
Jail is very spread on the new event. Every time there's a shifting orb.
And I'm sure they factored that into the ruins power, right?
I guess we can listen to these guys.
13, not bad. Nothing. Yeah, it would be too busted if this vendor sold level 2s. What's that?
I have free smithing stone. I don't use it.
Oh, you do?
Man, I didn't even want to quit that game.
Wait, level
I
1?
just crashed.
Level 2? Oh, hell yeah, bro. What did I do? Did I just eat my smithing stone? Okay, so sacred spear, that's gotta be holy, right? Yeah, and that's magic. Alright, so let's do that. There it is. Joe Biden, very appreciative.
It's over here, nice. Nothing.
First we got Joe Brandon, now I got
Hmm.
Dio Brando. Let's go,
Let's
Brandon.
go to the church.
Alright, let's see, do they got the skip meta in? Nope, it's because it's their first run. And we just hard carried. No, they did good. They got some revives though. If these Solaire of Astoria skins weren't in this game, I would have modded them in immediately. Also, yes, I'm gonna be playing as Duchess 2B immediately.
So do I just need to kick that guy?
Oh, I forgot to buy my balls. That's alright. It's just doggy daddy. By my range. There it is.
Where did that guy go? Oh. He didn't. So, dude.
What is that? I think that just gives me a power, holy buff or something. Doesn't seem to be doing any damage. Oh, and I also watched that this
Damn, I can't actually kick
split
this
phase
guy.
here is on a timer. Or maybe the first one isn't. I don't know, but yeah, eventually it's just you can just wait it out. Yeah, it's on timer, and then you just keep an eye on the one with the sword. Is it just me or are we fucking this dog up? He got a
I
second
guess
phase?
it's not that hard to kill. As long as you're
Me
close
talking
up
shit.
to him.
Talk shit, get hit. I feel bad. This is like animal abuse, bro. Call PETA. Oh, is that the new meta? Drop all your shit?
Yeah, random player is already that.
Oh, that's bullshit, though. No, you know why they do that? I'll tell you why. So if they had a fucking weapon that you needed, you won't notice. You won't be able to fucking call them out at the screen here. This motherfucker
Oh,
was
what
sitting
the
on
fuck?
a sword of Melania! You piece of shit, Iron Eye! For a 5% buff? Increase wounds for self and others, nice.
Hiroshima Online
Oh shit.
and playing Nightreign right now.
Nice. Alright, it's on. Here we go. Alright, good rando. That got my, at least got my remembrance done here. Cold Heart Angel. Oh no. I'm sorry, I hate hierarchies, but we have a new metric. I don't know. Is this just for the night? Okay, is this like first fan that checks in for the night is number one? Or you're number two? I don't know how this works, but you can see there's a new top fans thing
Yeah.
in the chat. But welcome, Angel, member for 9 months, friend for almost a year now, I think.
Alright, I was trying to catch up to that
You're not
church.
number
Hold on.
two. Everyone's number one in my heart. I don't play favorites. how we doing tonight? And good looking on your new. You uploaded our friend Angel. Check out her channel if you haven't. She uploaded a ton of new Dead by
Hey,
Daylight
bro,
clips
get it.
and also Final Fantasy 8. You're working on your 8 playthrough. Good stuff there. Shout out. Thank you for the thumbs up. Angel says you're welcome. Yeah, it has been good. Thank you. Of course. Glad to have you. Hope your week's going well. You know, normally, yeah, this is kind of odd. Like, this feels like a weekend stream in the middle of the week. But I'll try to do these more often. It just depends when the homies are around, what content is ready. Shima's in. Yes.
Might as well
Go
to that church.
Okay, so we're gonna go for the new boss now. Angel says yes, remastered Final Fantasy VIII. Ooh, nice. That's a very underrated. Like, that one had so much. It was, I think, at the time considered a bit of a letdown because 7 was so huge, right? Yeah. I think 8, 9, and 10 all kind of had a lot to live up to,
Hey, yo.
but obviously have their fans. Awesome. Okay, let me get my drink ready. Angel says, "Oh, now you're number 1. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry, Lestat. You got bumped. She just fangirled too hard. She took the spot. I have no idea how it works, but." Maybe it's view time on this stream? It could be. Because obviously, something just happened. Like, Lestat wasn't earlier. This is interesting. So, let me see what it says in the corner. Oh, you know what they could be? It could be kind of like on Twitch. Like, I don't know exactly how it works on Twitch, but you get, like, so many, like, credits for like your view time. I think it's comments and some other stuff. I have no idea. Yeah, there's a. Let me click the. Let's see. So I click that. Well, it says you're both at 75 XP. I have no idea how we earn XP. Ooh, new meta. All right. Nani? Okay. Interesting. All right, let me count. Stat made more comments, but yours are more recent. I think maybe it's like watch time on the stream? I don't know. Again, they're trying. Obviously, they're trying to make it more like Twitch, but yeah, that's very cool. Again, you're all number 1 in my heart.
What is this do?
I don't think I should go.
Cool. Oh,
I don't
it's
have
this
the
guy again?
meta gear yet for this, so I'm not gonna go.
Can I even finish it?
Did that do my journal? Yes. So that opened chapter 6 for me. Okay. But yeah, I'm not ready with this guy yet.
Come back here, bitch.
Bay. Okay, so sentient pest. We're
Oh
specking
my.
fire, and we want poison resistance. Turn that up. Grab a drink. Anyway, thank you everybody for hanging out. Feel free to drop in the chat. If not, I'm so happy to have you chilling. And yeah. Good looking out.
Jesus, this guy really won't let me at his back.
Oh shoot. I'm talking about spec into fire and make sure. Is it Vil, do you happen to know what it's is it resistant to anything?
The what?
We're going for pest, sentient pest.
Yeah, it's weak to fire.
Okay, so does that mean it's resistant to frost? Kind of transitive logic?
Wait, let me see on the.
I have the thing.
Cool.
Extra life is not as specific. There's another one that's a little more specific than Extra.
I already found it. It's resistant to frostbite and then poison, but weak to bleed and scarlet rot.
Okay. So I think I should just make a whole new build. Like, do I have?
Oh yeah, and then the boss is resistant to magic attack. So try to not have magic.
Okay. Baka. Flask kill allies, crit hits, arc kills, increase max stamina. HP. No. That's good. That's good. Maybe something. Character skill is active. Unlocking the use of the cursed sword restores HP. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah.
Partial HP restoration upon post-damage attacks. That makes it Bloodborne style. That's kind of cool. Put that in just for
Oh, what?
I'd like something more team-oriented, like runes for yourself and others. Have items confer effects taken by allies. That's good. Flask healing allies. Team support. Also fire would be nice.
That's cute.
Screeching halls. Throwing pot meta? Roaring restores HP while art is active. That's actually kind of good. I didn't realize you can. It restores your teammates' HP as well. FP restoration upon katana attacks. Not bad. Weapon skill. Green? Do that. Just double check. Great sword attacks. I don't use great swords. Counter attacks. That's thrusting attacks. Okay. I think it's kind of a more of a support build, but try to be good.
that got me.
Ooh, Shima going back to Recluse. Building on Raider.
Damn. What does this do?
Ooh, look at these Trip Lords. After Volcano. I don't have Evergoal, so yeah, I mean, if you're running it, that's fine, but yeah. Not as big a deal this time. And of course, there's like 20 Evergoals. Fuck! Everjails. Jail goal. My goal went up in jail. Where's the scrubs?
I cannot get that. I don't know why. Jump. Bam. Ah, so good. Oh, now I don't get hit. Oh shit, but I still need to.
Fire grease just in case.
Jump. Bam.
Bounced in here. So when I wave the thing above my head like that, that means I'm giving it to everybody.
Wait, what is killing him?
Oh, nice. That also means, wow. Exalted Flesh. I just popped that and we just did a fucking huge burst on him. Okay. Max stam, yes, every time.
Damn.
Two for one, baby. Dang, it restores a bunch of health.
Oh god damn.
That's really good.
Yo.
100%. prick. You guys got that?
Ah, shit. Damn it.
Man, day one goes by so fast. And
That's what I get.
I don't know, as anybody... I've never seen just a flat, like, day one is 5 minutes long, day two is 6 minutes.
Hey, that's not cool.
5 and 5, like 15 and 15. Like, how fucking long are these days? I've been playing this game for like 90 hours and I still haven't liked it. Do you know, Villain? Like, like exactly how many minutes each day is?
I'm not sure, but probably each day is 12 minutes, and then divided 6 minutes each. But I'm not sure.
I mean, a complete run takes about 45 minutes, right? That's counting the bosses. Like, and a boss could take as long as you, like, you could drag that shit out for 20 minutes if you aren't spec.
So after this,
I mean, the first week, it was like, everyone was taking like an hour. Now I think we're closer to like, if we really dial it in, 35, 40. If you just like want to muscle through, no affinities, level 10, might take a couple more minutes. Sacred Nagi, yeah. Wait, didn't we say this motherfucker is resistant to holy?
to magic
To magic. Oh, magic.
and poison.
Alright, so... Holy better than nothing.
Damn.
Oh, she bite. Wait, where's the jump pad? Oh my god. There's no jump pad. Oh shit. Get in the... Okay. Gotcha. Oh, they'll come to us. Yeah, okay, okay. Oh my god. Worst lock on in the game.
Well, that's because you're playing on a roller.
Balls.
It's really hard to play on a roller.
Bro.
God damn.
Oh, nice. Oh, we're so lucky. Is this final circle?
No, no.
Okay, I was like, no, that never happens.
You know that after jail, it always close to the reset.
Nice. Eat that with my face. And another. Okay. You know, headbutting is illegal in Europe.
Tough.
Who is it? Yeah. Trying. Yeep. Here's a chunk out of my butt crack. What you guys got up there? Wait, is that one? Never mind.
Ah. Good.
Not it.
And it's so hard to trade blows with this guy.
Ah, whiff. Nice.
What? That hit me? Damn. Oh no. Oh shit, I forgot the second slash. Hey yo!
Mm-hmm. Get it? Leveled up. Got my flasks. Oh, it's not looking good. Oh, Shibai. Come on, fucker. Oh, that was so close. Yeah. Might need a flask or two. Wait, is this day one still?
Yeah, day one.
God damn it, I was like, this is the worst day too. Level 8 on day one. Okay. I think we're fine.
Whoa. What the fuck is that?
For sure, I've had day 2s where we end at level 8, so all good. Fuck. But yeah, flasks. Frick. What the hell is that fire? What the? Oh, it's Shima. Dropping some frames. Should catch up here in a second. It's just my internet lagging a little bit.
You know what? Let's fight this guy just cause.
Oh, nice. Wait. I thought that was the Iron Eyes mark. Sorry, I needed help.
Flame. Come here, bitch. What if I use the other one? Wah. Flame ball. Whoa.
Probably should have saved these fire greases for the boss, but that's all good. I'm hoping I'll find a fire sword here eventually.
Come here, brother.
I always love a sudden enemy death. Sure it doesn't proc on big bosses, but you never know.
I would love a crit without trying, honestly. But actually, really does need practice every time, dude. Oh, it's fat's over. I wonder if this hurts for you. Oh, kinda. Ow.
Don't know what that affinity is.
Damn. Bam.
Oh shit.
Bam. Oh yeah. Too slow to rack.
Another, wait, didn't we just fight this fucker?
Yeah, it's kind of similar, but different.
Ooh, that was close.
Oh man. Fuck, I cannot see it. Makes it hard.
Take it.
Damn. Let's
So
dance.
something different.
Let me get to know you.
Oh wait, I don't even need that.
Well. Damn, Patty. Wait.
Ah yeah? I don't know what's happening. This guy's fucking tanky. What the hell? So ideally, if I spam that, I can heal you through some attack phases. No, this motherfucker. All right, keeping us in check. Want to get too big ahead here. Warm up Oi, prick! Muck. Death touch. Better be good. Rivers of blood. Fucking right. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Fucking Patty.
We going straight to upstairs? Jump it.
Jump pad.
I know, yeah, I see it. Alright. Watch this. Fucking amazing moves!
Ah, no.
Oh my god. What? Shima down here doing some pest control, staying on theme. Very good, very good. Wait.
Oh no. Damn.
Shima, we are leaving. The fuck is that?
Oh yeah. Fuck. I forgot to look at the fat one.
Going over, under. Under. Okay, Yogi. Black Knight.
Oh what? I knew there was a third one. Took it long enough to use it. Fuck.
All I see is blood.
Dual Rivers of Blood. Oh, Wending Grace. Okay. Just in case. We are going for the EX boss. Did you get a Grace?
No.
Let's see. Probably, if you don't find one, I'll give it to you before we go in. Who's got the best ult for reviving? Probably. Well, I don't know. How's the totem for reviving?
Not really. It's not that good.
It's not that good.
Ah, fuck. Ah, such a weird ass attack and I still fucking miss it. Bro.
Wait.
Motherfucker. Ah.
Okay, I got it. Are we gonna take out this troll? What side you on?
But it's kind of annoying.
Which one? You going for the other one first?
Yeah, we can take the troll, but it's not worth it.
What's over there? What are you doing? We don't have time.
Same trolls.
Oh, actually, now I do want increased max FP. Now that I got this Rivers of Blood and that fucking Slamba Jamba spam combo, I do want max FP and FP regen.
Oh shit.
Stance breaking, yes.
Sorry, the master of that fucking skinny guy.
Is that good?
Oh fuck.
I don't know. I mean,
No, I was too early. What the hell?
just grab it. Go. Where's the circle coming in? Oh, nice. So I got my Sacred Nagi up to level 2, and the Rivers of Blood is legendary, so cannot upgrade. Let's go, motherfucker. That's right. What? What? What happened? What happened?
Oh, what? Dude, that still hit me. Get the fuck out of here with that
It's
bullshit.
fucking Snake penis, bro. Fucking took me out. Great worm. Speaking of worms.
Okay, I gotta go to it.
What is this ball sack in my face?
Huh. Okay, so I gotta go out around it.
Did I miss a flask? I've only got 4.
Ah. Okay, what are your attacks? Close range. Can hit your tail. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be a tough boss. Fuck.
Got some indigestion. Might I suggest some Pepto-Bismol?
Wait, where'd it go? I wonder.
Boom, bitch went down.
Oh, is he gonna throw a breath or something? Oh, there it is. Well, I found him. Damn. Found you, bitch. Ow.
Stuffed it.
Damn.
Die, motherfucker. God. Fucking leathery fuck.
Ah, fuck.
Max HP, max FP. I think I'm gonna do the FP so I can get a couple more.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was delayed, you fucking bitch.
Yeah, there is a nearby class that can get back.
Dice. Yeah, we need it. I think we may have different definitions of nearby. What?
Oh god,
Oh fuck!
he was really far.
Oh my god.
Damn. This guy's tough. This guy's gonna be hard.
Oh god, she was the clutch. Okay, we're on the side, we're on the side. Okay. I am gonna have to say this is not nearby anything. Oh my god, I'm so dead. No. Fucking hell, I'm so far away. I've got a full level on me. Now I have to get it because my fucking 2 levels are out there. Fuck! Alright, I should have
Oh
taken
god,
this
yeah.
right away. So far.
This guy is such a bitch, dude.
Oh, and some fucking enemy might have picked up my stuff. Are there graces? Where are the graces?
Alright, that's it.
And I know the hitting the flask will reset me. Where's my shit? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Are you good? If this one bar, I can get it. Oh my god.
Yeah, don't revive me because if we outside the safe zone, it will kinda insta kill after 2 minutes.
No, yeah. I gotta find my.
Alright, I wanna play multiplayer. Those guys are being too loud. No, I don't want to touch it. Double Dutches, baby. Hmm. Oh, what the fuck? Bruh. Yeah. Hold on. Let me kill the ones without armor first. No, I'd say we did, dude. Gosh. Oh goddamn! I got one tapped. Bruh, I feel like we wasted so much time here. Yeah. That was a lot of waste. Here we go, last push. Fuck, I made it. I can't find the guy. Oh, is this the guy? Oh. I wonder where they go. It's not like they use the tunnel. Hmm. I hope I make it. I don't think so. Can I go here? No, I didn't make it. Unfortunate. That's tough. You go to that church. Man, I'm so level gapped. I think they're level 5. Ah. Oh shit, fuck. It's over here anyways. Where's the tunnel? What's this guy trying to do? Oh. Can I do that? Oh well. Motherfucker. Whoa. Bruh. Man, that's tough, dude. That's tough. I wanna go again. Man, this game's addicting, dude. Especially if I can play multiplayer. I don't mind if I suck. You can always practice for that shit, you know? It's just a fun game. Wish more people played it.
Him effectively.
Mm.
In a party. So if you're playing Executor or planning to learn this class, this video is for you. The Executor is a melee-focused class that acts as a frontliner primarily geared toward dueling thanks to its built-in cursed sword mechanic. This Nightfarer is essentially Nightrein's answer to anyone looking for Sekiro playstyle, with a built-in parry mechanic very similar to that of Sekiro's, and stats geared towards swords and katanas. If you played the Samurai starting class in Elden Ring and love dex builds, then this class is absolutely for you. In group play, you function mostly as a frontline DPS, slicing away at enemies with melee-based weapons. The parry mechanic also allows you to be quite a good tank, provided you can parry every attack coming your way. However, you don't have the health or defense to absorb many hits, so this style of tanking will demand a lot of consistency in the reflex department. From my experience playing this class, the parry mechanic isn't nearly as hard as the basic buckler parries in Elden Ring, and feels more like Sekiro parry timings, but with an even larger frame. When you take a look at Executor's health, FP, and stamina, he has a decent amount of HP and stamina, which are great as a melee character. He will need both of these things, but he doesn't have a ton of FP, which means he's not going to be able to use lots of weapon skills or Ashes of War, and he's not going to be able to spellcast effectively. With an S in Dexterity, there are a few weapon types that you should look out for when playing Executor, and these are katanas, claws, daggers, curved swords, and whips, as these weapons generally have very good Dexterity scaling, so you'll deal a lot more damage when you use those weapons in a run than something that uses a lot of strength scaling, because it simply doesn't have a lot of strength. So you kind of want to stay away from weapons that have these, like great swords, colossal swords, axes, great hammers, and fossil weapons, and stick to those other weapon types if possible. He also has S and Arcane Scaling, which improves the amount of blood loss and poison buildup from weapons that have scaling.
God, this guy, what are you
Also,
doing?
claws have bleed buildup, and a handful of daggers, curved swords, and whips also have this. We'll get into this more in a minute, but that should make those more effective. Additionally, bows all have S and dexterity as well, and although you're probably not going to be playing at ranged if you're playing Executor, if you find a really good bow in a run, especially if it's one that's got status effect buildup on it, and you find yourself in a situation where you just can't get into melee range very easily, you could use that bow to help you apply a status effect before getting into melee range. So next up, let's get into Executor's skills and what they do in combat, into the nitty-gritty details of those. We'll take a look at his passive ability, Tenacity, first. So Tenacity makes it so that when Executor receives a status effect or is cured of a status effect, he will gain some passive buffs. These are predominantly a boost to stamina recovery and a boost to attack power, which seems to be about a 20% attack power increase in my testing, with the stamina recovery feeling similar to the boost you would get from the Green Turtle Talisman in Elden Ring, and this buff lasts about 20 seconds. Compared to some other class passives, this passive benefit is not that great, simply because you're trying to avoid getting status effects on you in this game. But you could pair it with something like Seppuku in order to increase the blood loss buildup on your weapon and your attack power, and then also gain the attack power boost from the passive benefit and stamina recovery. So if you can find a weapon with that, with Executor, that is a great pairing. Additionally, this will trigger sometimes from facing certain bosses and enemies in this game. It's just very unpredictable, and you can't trigger it reliably without having very specific things, making it not as useful as some other character buffs. The character skill for Executor is called Suncatcher, and this is a huge part of the way you play Executor, because what it does is it sort of allows you to draw a built-in special weapon, or a sword, that allows you to deflect attacks, not unlike Sekiro. The window for deflecting is quite generous, and it's even larger than in Sekiro, so it's quite easy to do. And I would recommend that if you think it sounds challenging initially, to give it a try anyway, because it's not as hard as you think. Just make sure that you're deflecting early rather than later, because if you deflect too late, it'll actually count as a guard, consuming stamina, which deflecting is not. And if you deflect
Jesus.
then you'll take damage. And when you have this mode equipped, when you have Suncatcher out, you'll also gain a unique slash skill that costs FP, and you can use it normally, or you can use an enhanced version by deflecting enough attacks. 4 attacks deflected will allow you to charge this up. It'll start glowing, and then you can use a special version of its skill that will deal more damage. What's really great about this is you can actually store this. So for instance, like if you deflect 4 times, but you don't want to attack with it right away, you can just switch back to your normal weapon or not use your weapon skill, and then when you want to use it, you can use it later. So charging this up with some early deflect and saving it for when you need it is a good strategy. There are really 2 big downsides to Suncatcher, though, and the first is that you have very limited mobility while the sword is out, because you can only walk, and a lot of bosses are extremely mobile, and if they're not targeting you and attacking you, then you're going to have to get out of this mode to go attack them, so it doesn't make sense to use it in those cases. And additionally, while the weapon has relatively good damage early on, it tends to fall off later versus regular weapons that you can find, making it so that you typically won't be using this weapon offensively, because you're going to be doing less damage with it offensively, and it doesn't trigger bleed either. So because the default weapon of Executor can trigger bleed, and other weapons can trigger bleed or other status effects, you typically won't be using Suncatcher in an offensive manner most of the time, except at the very beginning of runs. So you're really going to be using this mode mostly for deflects, and you can deflect just about every attack in the game, including imbued attacks with status effects or skills like roars. These can also be deflected, and it's really good for getting up down teammates, because damage isn't super important when you're getting them. It's the amount of hits that you do to get them up. And when you have this out, if like a boss is targeting you, trying to attack you, you can deflect really quickly and then go back to attacking so you don't take damage and they don't interrupt you. And one really important thing to note about Suncatcher is something that I call switch deflecting or switch pairing. And this is when you switch to the cursed sword, if you time it when an attack is coming into you, it'll actually deflect it. So this can be very, very important, and it's very important for mastering this class, because you're going to be attacking with your normal weapon to deal most amount of damage, and then you're going to want to learn to deflect that attack as it's incoming, switching into Cursed Blade, deflect all the attacks that are hitting you, and then switching back to your attacks to deal damage. Lastly, we come to the ultimate skill for Executor, which is called Aspects of the Crucible Beast. Activating this skill will turn your character into a huge crucible beast and gives you 4 unique attacks for 15 seconds. Light attacks become a 4-hit combo string, swiping right then left then both sides, ending with a slam. Heavy attack becomes a 3-hit combo string, swiping right and then right again after a 360 and ending with a slam. Guard becomes a very long-range roar attack, which is quite powerful against groups of mobs that are scattered around your area. You can also use this to revive knockdown teammates from far away very easily. The last attackable in this form is a Crucible Blade Swipe, which will end the ultimate ability after being casted. You wind up for a few seconds and then slash in a big AoE, dealing a bunch of damage and stance damage as well. All these attacks will get progressively stronger as your levels increase, and by quite a large margin too. From level 5 to level 10, you'll see around a 50% increase in damage with heavy combos. If you want to optimize your damage in this form, from my testing without getting into the math, the light attack combo actually delivers moderately higher DPS than the heavy combo, so you want to prioritize this one. And additionally, you should always try and finish the last few seconds in this form by using the final attack I mentioned, or the skill, because that would prematurely cut your time in this form if you use it at the beginning. So you want to try and use the skill right before you run out of time. That way you're going to run out of time anyway. Another thing I'll mention about this ultimate before we move on, as well, is it's a great way to get out of tough situations where your health is low, since it heals you to full when you cast it. Conversely though, if you take damage in the range of your human health bar while in the ultimate form or die, that will apply to you once the ultimate expires. You do have a higher health pool when using this though, so you can take some hits and still have full health when it ends, but if you take too many, you will not. Next, we'll take a look at weapons. You start with the Executor's Blade, which has bleed buildup and the Unsheath skill. You can keep this weapon for quite a long time, and others will find will deal more base damage. Once I get further into a run, what I like to do is dual wield katanas. This is because two-handing the weapon is a pain in the ass when swapping with the first blade. Every time you swap the parry and swap back, you have to redo the weapon to set up two-handed. So instead, I just opt for dual wielding, so I don't have to do this every time, but that's just what I like to do. The Executor performs best with weapons that complement its dexterity and arcane scaling, so dex weapons with bleed buildup are what you're going to look for, like Reduvia, Wakizashi, Bloodstained Dagger, Scavenger Curved Sword, Eleanor's Pole Blade, Thorn Whip, and all claw weapons. From my experience though, katanas are always the best bet and most common drop, namely the following, which are Uchigatana, Natakiva, Midork, or Blade, or Moonveil. And the absolute best weapons you can get are Rivers of Blood and Hand of Millennia. Rivers of Blood is more likely to drop and is equal to, if not better than, Hand of Millennia due to its skill Corpse Pilot. This skill is a mid-ranged blood slash attack which successively slashes the enemy with blood to rapidly accumulate bleed buildup, scaling perfectly with Arcane. The weapon itself has an A scaling with Dexterity as well as C scaling with Arcane, which is quite rare, making it a perfect fit for this class. Hand of Millennia has an S scaling with Arcane and is a legendary armament dealing more damage. However, its skill is not as good as it doesn't have Arcane scaling. If you somehow manage to find both though, you can always dual wield. For your 4 other weapon slots, you want to be on the lookout for a few passive effects. Anything guard related will likely be good for Executor, since you can guard accidentally from time to time when trying to parry attacks. For example, successful guard giving damage negation or improving guarding ability, or health recovery on successful guard. Depending on the type of weapon holding you're doing, you can also get a passive bonus such as bonuses to weapons with two-handing or dual wielding to improve damage. Successive attack bonuses also work, as dex weapons tend to attack very quickly, so these are not a bad bet either. In an ideal run, you'll probably get dual Nagakivas with status effects build up like Frostbite or Poison, and ideally get to level 7 on the first night. On the second night, some talismans for stamina or dexterity like Green Turtle Talisman or Millicent's Prosthesis, and hopefully a Rivers of Blood and a Smithing Stone to upgrade your Nagakiva to purple, and then you'll be set for killing the final boss. For relics, you get a few great relics from the Executor quest line, as well as 3 chalices. The urn has red, yellow, and yellow. The goblet has red, blue, and green, and the chalice has red, yellow, and multicolor. For relics, you get quite a few good ones later on as you progress the Executor quest line. You'll have to beat a few Night Lords in order to finish it, but once you do, you get relics which restore health when you charge the Curse Blade yellow, and another which restores health when you roar an ultimate form. Other relics you can use before these include ones that give bonuses to guarding, such as extra HP on guard, and dexterity, health, arcane, and endurance are also good bonuses. If you want to tank damage, there's also a relic which can draw enemy attention while guarding. When it comes to party composition for Executor, he's just like Wilder in that he can fit into just about any group. Since he's a frontliner that can both tank and dish out crazy damage with bleed procs, it's a very flexible class in what it can and cannot party up with. If you have two magic users or squishies, you can focus on taking aggro on most bosses and enemies and pairing attacks to give your teammates space to range them down. If you already have tanks like a Guardian, you can comfortably use your weapons most of the time and to act more as a DPS. In essence, you just need to adapt to the party you get and try to play as comfortably as you can most of the time. Note that Executor also plays exceptionally well as a single-player class due to the fact that he can deflect most of the attacks in the game, and in order to deflect those attacks, he has to be the target of them in order to charge up his blade, and this is easiest to do when playing single-player. In summary, Executor is a higher risk, higher reward class which plays mostly the same in every run, but has the unique parry which almost feels like you could make a whole game centered around it. To get the most out of this character, it's going to depend on how well you can parry and deflect, and if you can find the right weapons. You should make sure to keep in mind small tips that make a big difference, like switch pairing or helping up teammates using the Roar and Ultimate Form. If you can master the basics of this class and get the right equipment, you'll deal insane damage and take absolutely nothing. So that wraps up our Executor guide. I hope you guys got something from this one. The parry with this mechanic is just fan service to Sekiro, so if you like that game, you should absolutely love this class. If you like playing Samurai and Elden Ring, then definitely check this out. As always, if you have other tips for further Executors out there, please leave them in the comments. And if you have questions, also leave them there, and I will try and answer them as soon as I can.
Executor is probably the coolest and edgiest Night Fairy in the game, so naturally he's going to be the most popular one, so we're going to talk about him first. But for today I am going to break down all of his abilities, his scalings, good weapon and relic pairings, and just rate him based on how well he performs in solo and in multiplayer. I'm going to start off first with his scalings. This man basically has no flaws, decent health and stamina, and an S scaling in both dexterity and arcane. His FP is pretty low, but for most builds with the Executor, you won't even need it, due to there being no catalyst that scales well of arcane, yes, even a Dragon's Dominion Seal, and because obviously he pairs very well with status effects. Now status effects work slightly differently in this game compared to Elden Ring. They still all do percentage damage, but in Elden Ring only a handful of status effects actually scale up a stat. Effects like Scarlet Rot and Frost don't scale up anything, but in this game, they do. They scale up arcane. So if you find a Dark Moon Greatsword or a Scorpion Stinger, you'll be able to proc the status effect faster with the Executor than with anyone else. But it's not that big of a difference, and yes, you don't need the weapon to have an arcane scaling to benefit of getting more status buildup like you have to with Elden Ring. However, the real big differences that arcane scaling gives you is when you find a bleed or poison infused weapon. Being that the weapon you start off with doesn't actually get an arcane scaling, even though you're benefiting of more status buildup, you're actually not benefiting of any more damage. But if you find a poison or blood infused weapon, or find a relic that lets your starting weapon become infused with those two, then it's not only going to give you more status buildup, but also more damage. So if you do notice any points of interest on the map that have poison or bleed icons, I would actually attack those first in hopes that you do find a poison or bleed infused weapon, specifically a dexterity based one. Another thing you may have noticed is that the katana moveset is different for the Executor. Compared to the regular katana movesets, it's pretty much the same in terms of speeds, both one-handed and two-handed. That means the one-handed version is going to be faster, so I would gravitate towards using that instead, because it does need quicker status effects, and honestly there's higher DPS because the strength bonus doesn't really do much for a katana. However, the two-handed running attacks do cover like insane range and incorporate this like kick in the middle of it, which is pretty cool. But this lunge that it does have actually extends to the rest of the moveset, especially those one-handed heavy attacks. And the two-handed heavy is actually a nice double hit that has some pokes, which is nice. The critical attack animation is also pretty long, which is annoying for solo play, but in multiplayer it's actually pretty good because enemies are vulnerable throughout the entire critical attack animation. And in terms of the power sensing combos, it is the exact same as they always are. Honestly, I don't really like the katanas. I would just much rather have these one-handed or two-handed. Okay, now to talk about the abilities, starting off with the passive effect, Tenacity. This passive gives you a damage boost when you recover from a status effect. So for statuses like Bleed or Madness, it's instant, but for Frost and Poison, you have to wait out the status effect, and then you end up getting the damage buff, which is 20% for 20 seconds, which is identical to the Exaltation Talisman in Elden Ring, but the obvious difference is that you only benefit when you get hit with a status effect yourself and not the enemy. But this passive effect can actually stack. Every time you recover another 20% damage buff. However, every buff has its own timer, so it's not like you can keep resetting it over and over and constantly stack up the buffs. Now, obviously, this sounds very niche and mid, and that's because it is. Not many enemies have status effects at all. You'll literally have entire runs where you don't get procced by a status effect a single time. However, there are going to be ways to where you can proc status effects on yourself. You can throw like a fetid pot on the ground to proc poison. There is a relic in this game that lets you build up madness to yourself after using a certain gesture, and it does give you a bunch of FP regen. So maybe this could pair very nicely with like a skill spamming build with like the Moonveil Katana or Rivers of Blood. Now, is it worth like draining a bit of your health in like 5 whole seconds using a gesture just to be able to gain this buff? Probably not. But the obvious pairing with this passive effect would have to be Seppuku. Now, Nightreign is now on the current build of Elden Ring for weapons and skills, so it's not going to be the broken Seppuku it once was, but with a high arcane build, it definitely can put in work. You get a nice flat damage buff, which you benefit a lot more in this game due to this damage numbers being lower in general. It does give you more bleed, and it inherently makes your weapon blood infused. Now, the obvious problem is that the game is randomized, and the chances of you actually finding Seppuku is basically next to 0. However, there are relics that you can get that let you change your starting weapon skill and have one spawn in with Seppuku. And a blood-infused Executioner's Katana with Seppuku and bleed procced will do like twice as much damage. However, it feels like I'm saying however a lot, but yeah, however, your starting weapon has a white rarity. Any blue or purple katana is going to outdamage this even with Seppuku. Now, you can just upgrade it to a blue rarity, and it still is going to get you some more bleed, so it is viable, but it's only going to be good and on par with some of these other weapons, assuming you have Seppuku used, which doesn't really last that long, and more importantly, it drains your health. And in this game, healing is like the most important thing. You don't have much health, especially early on in the game, and you don't have many flasks. Seppuku is going to drain like half your health at lower levels, and also just take up a lot of your time. Like, this is not Elden Ring. You don't have the luxury to farm 1,000 times before a boss fight. So yeah, basically I just like yapped about this one passive effect for a whole minute, just to say that it's pretty heavy. Okay, now for the character skill, First Sword.
Oh, dude, still got me?
This is actually a stance that brings out a completely different katana that you can switch in and out of, so there is no cooldown. And in this stance, you gain the ability to deflect attacks by clicking the block button at around the same time you're about to get hit. Now, the deflect timing is super forgiving. You can click the block button like a whole second before the attack actually lands, and it will result in a deflect. That's only for the first time. You can't like spam block like you can in Sekiro or Elden Ring and expect it to work, because it's not. You definitely have to know a boss's movesets and time it correctly. Now, there are 5 benefits that deflecting has. 1, you don't take any elemental damage. In terms of physical damage, every weapon does get 100% physical block anyway. If you didn't know that, now you do. It also does consume a lot less stamina than blocking, basically next to none. It also does do some stance damage, which from my estimate is about 10 stance damage, which is like roughly 2 katana light attacks worth. Also, after roughly 4 deflects, your weapon gets this cool golden buff that lets you do this amazing dashing skill attack by clicking L2. It does get lots of hyper armor throughout the animation, and it can do just as much damage as a Moonveil skill while not consuming any FP, and that's a purple rarity weapon. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't go as far as the Moonveil, nor do anywhere near as much stance damage. For some reason, this attack does just as much stance damage as a light attack compared to the Moonveil skill, which does about 30 stance damage, which is comparable to a charged heavy. I think this whole golden buff is probably a bit bugged though, as I will talk about in a bit, but the best part about deflecting outside of the low stamina cost is that they count as blocks. Therefore, you can pair these alongside all the many blocking based buffs in the game, like damage negation on blocks, health regen, stamina boosting, and best of all yet, you can guard counter directly after a deflect, which guard counters are some of the most powerful attacks in the game due to them being very quick, outputting high stance damage, and good stagger. Now, katana guard counters aren't the best out there because they don't really output the highest stance damage, nor have any hyper armor, and no, deflecting before a guard counter doesn't make it do any more damage than blocking before a guard counter. But the deflecting guard counter playstyle, specifically against those smaller enemies like knights, which you'll fight many of those throughout the game, is just incredible. Like, it definitely cheeses a lot of these enemies. And there also are buffs to actually help enhance your guard counters that you'll find along the way. Also, in this stance, you do gain the normal Executor Katana moveset, but one, you can't really like do any running attacks, and also it consumes like half the stamina, which is just insane because a lot of the weapons in this game, pretty much all of them, consume a lot of stamina. So this is actually really good. Unfortunately, when you are in this stance, you're not allowed to sprint or run, but it can be a positive as well because there are many buffs in this game that give you AoEs when walking, like a Founding Rain of Stars buff, a Frenzied Flame AoE, and probably one of the best ones that I found were these Holy Wraiths. Hopefully I still have gameplay for it because it does put in a lot of work, but it like blocks your entire screen and you're going to need that to actually deflect attacks. Now unfortunately that's basically all the positives I can say about it because yeah, there are going to be some downsides. Obviously deflecting in this game is never going to be as good as it was in Sekiro or in Elden Ring because for one, in the multiplayer game, the bosses don't tend to focus on just one person and they also tend to be larger as well to compensate for these 3 players, and larger bosses tend to attack a lot slower and actually knock you further away so you can't punish them, which is kind of what makes deflecting so good at Sekiro. It does damage and enemies attack quickly. You can get off like 5 deflects in a few seconds, but in this game, you might get like 5 deflects every 20 seconds, and it only does extend time. But I think the most disappointing thing about this skill is that the katana you use doesn't even get bleed. And as I've mentioned, this guy is the status effects character. Executor is for the status effects. He gets an S scaling in arcane. And worst of all yet, this katana just does less damage than the white rarity katana you start off with. And that one gets bleed and a good skill like Unshin. It does eventually outdamage that katana at like level 5 or 6, but at that point you can just pick up any blue or purple rarity weapon, it'll do like 50% more damage. And you might think, okay, what about that golden buff that you get? How much more damage is that boosted by? 0. None. It only lets you use the skill and then it goes away. Which honestly, that might be a bug. I feel like it should have been giving a damage boost and actually do more stance damage on a light attack. So hopefully that does get fixed if it is a bug. Thankfully, you actually can store this buff when switching out of the stance though. But speaking of stance damage, the weapon itself just does less stance damage compared to a normal katana for some reason, and I don't really know why. Like, the entire point of this game is to kill things quickly, and every time that I use the skill, it just takes me so much longer to kill them compared to if I were just using a normal weapon. Like, the skill is fun, the deflect is great utility, it synergizes well with guard counters, it can be okay against those end of day bosses that can help you pop your bleed, or as I mentioned, against those enemies like knights. There are also some relics out there that can help boost the skill, which I will cover in a bit, but the katana, for one, needs to get bleed. 2, needs a damage boost at higher levels to make it at least be on par with the blue rarity weapons, and please just fix that golden buff so you actually do get a damage boost as well. So yeah, the passive and the main skill are kind of on the weaker end when compared to the other character skills, but the ultimates though, this is the best in the game. This shit right here is stupid. Aspect Beast is a roaming ultimate, which for 15 seconds has you control this big wolf thingy, and it gets like a whole ass moveset. The light attacks are probably the best for DPS, heavy attacks and jumping attacks are nice AoEs. You get a roaring projectile attack that goes pretty far, you even get a dodge, every attack does high stance damage, and you have like a boatload of poise and health, which is arguably the best part about it. You can pop this ultimate when you're at low health, and it'll just give you all your health back, and just double it while you are in this beast form. It'll end up giving you just as much health as you had when you exited the beast form, obviously in respect to your character's max HP. Now if you do die in this beast form, you will get knocked down and have to be revived. But one thing that you actually can do if you want to like hide away, if you feel that you're in danger, is just end the ultimate ability early, which actually can save you on some ultimate charge too, because when you use the ult, it puts you at 15% charge, and then it starts to drain 1% per second, and you actually can end the ultimate early by either clicking the ultimate button again, or if you use the skill, which this skill is a very long winding up attack, but it does insane damage. Like, this skill alone could have just been the ultimate, because it can outdamage things like Guardians and the Raider ultimate ability. Now, being that this skill actually does automatically end the ultimate, you are best saving it towards the end to like maximize your damage. Like, it's not going to be the easiest thing to control by any means, but it's easy enough to be the best in the game. Now, as for the relics and which perks to look out for, there are 3 for the Executor specifically. One of them gives you a small amount of health every single time the weapon like goes low, which after 4 deflects, which is like okay at best. Not be able to get like the buff pops a couple times at best in a boss fight, and it will equate to like 10 to 20% of your health back, depending on your level. There is another relic that boosts the damage of your stance, but it doesn't drain your health, kind of like a Chaos Blade from the Dark Souls games. It boosts your damage in the stance by 10%, that it drains 10 HP per hit, which doesn't sound like it's much, but if you deflect 10 times at lower levels, that's like half your health already gone. And 10% damage buff still doesn't make it do more damage than like your normal regular katana that also gets bleed. So if they do end up buffing the skill katana, then this relic could be a lot more useful. But one thing you actually can do is pair this alongside another relic that gives you health back for every single time that you block. And conveniently, it actually is 10 HP per block. So does this completely negate it? So if I were to build around the deflecting, those would be the relics that I do use, alongside some relics that can boost like your guard counter damage. And if you are playing in multiplayer, there are some relics out there that have bosses or enemies be aggroed towards you every single time that you do block. Now the last executor specific relic is one that gives you HP for every single time you roar in your ult, which is actually pretty good. I don't really use the projectile much because in most cases I'm really close to the enemy due to like the large health pool that I have. But in those cases where you're fighting like a Night Lord boss that can melt you, it definitely does help. You can like sit at a further distance and just maintain your health. But honestly, the relic perks that I would look out for the most would be the ones that let your starting weapon come with like poison or a bleed skill.
Bro,
As I mentioned earlier, a weapon
those
with those infusions
motherfuckers.
is just going to do more status buildup and more damage with the executor. I recommend poison more so than pain, because it also does give you an arcane skilling, therefore it does give you a way to improve that bleed buildup, but just give you poison on top of it, which having more percentage damage in this game is great because enemies have lots of health. There is a boss relic you can get roughly halfway through the game that can boost your damage when you do proc poison, as well as give you a poison infusion. But other than those ones, I would look out for like katana, dexterity and physical damage boosting buffs, or like HP and stamina boosting buffs. But overall, the Executor is a very powerful character, as his stats and ultimates allow him to output more damage than anyone else, while still being faster and tanky enough to be one of the easier characters to use. I don't think this character has a high skill ceiling by any means. Unless you're stubborn and want to deflect everything in the game, then it can be pretty challenging. But just go ahead and find some dexterity-based weapons like curve swords, katanas, and thrusting swords, hopefully with some status effects, and just go ahead and spam. It'll do perfectly fine in both solo and multiplayer. But that's basically everything I wanted to talk about for this one. I will be making videos like this for the other Nightbearers, so definitely do subscribe for those, and just let me know in the comments which one you'd like to see next. Anyway, catch you guys around. Bye! A lot of people are convinced that the Guardian is the worst Nightbearer in the game, and although he is in need of some adjustments and changes, I truly believe he has a very high upside and ceiling as a character. I played with this guy more than any other character in the game, and I did it because I really was trying to figure out what he does well and what he actually needs to get better, and I finally have figured it out. Now there are some very glaring weaknesses about this character, and it is very easy to see why people just don't like him. The clunky dodge, lack of good damage, the skills that feel very niche or just outclassed by others, but when played correctly, he can be decent, and if you get some good RNG throughout your runs, he can be one of the best characters. Like seriously, some of my easiest Night Lord kills have come when playing with the Guardian. Now starting off with his scalings, he has the most health and stamina in the game, albeit not by much. The Raider is only slightly behind, but the Guardian is designed to be this tanking character, mainly focused on blocking, hence him having the best for those stats. I do wish he did have an S scaling and stamina as well, because in this game, stamina cost is really high, and that also extends to blocking. It is way less viable in this game to like use a shield and block entire boss combos, so making him actually have closer to 50 stamina would just make more sense, especially because he has the worst damaging stats by far. Abysmal synergy with spells, or anything that consumes FP for that matter, only a C scaling and dexterity, although it is a better C scaling than other characters that have the C scaling and dexterity, but yeah, unfortunately, he only gets a B in strength. So he is going to favor quality based weapons, but the thing is, even with quality weapons, his damage is only better than the Recluses and the Revenants. Like even an Iron Eye using a halberd or a great spear does more damage than the Guardian using a halberd or a great spear. Like if that ain't the biggest slap in the face for this character, I don't know what is. But speaking of the halberds, the Guardian does in fact receive a unique moveset with them. Now the reason I said unique like that is because it gets pretty much the exact same moveset as the poking attack halberds with like a slightly different animation. Normal halberd, Banished Knight halberd, Dragon halberd, Commander standard, all these get those poking light attacks and the horizontal heavies, and the Guardian moveset is pretty much the exact same thing, but just worse, because it's slower for some reason, and I don't really know why. And the fact that you can't even benefit from other halberd movesets you can too, like the Nightreign Blade with those fast heavy attacks, or the Guardian Swordspear with those quick light attacks, you just don't get them, and it's just a massive downgrade. But the Guardian's moveset does one thing better, and thankfully it is for the most important attack that he has in the guard counter. It is faster than normal, and you also get a fully charged variant, which I will get into more of that later. But one of the things this character needs to have is like this moveset extends to other weapon types, like great spears, at least as having like the fully charged guard counter variants, like freeze bombs or make this happen. So being that his damage is worse compared to all the melee characters, and that his bulk is only the slightest bit better than the raiders, his ability and relics are going to have to do some heavy carrying, and for the most part they kind of do. The most useful part about this kit, and the only reason why you would want to play this character over the others, is because of his passive ability, Still Guard. If you don't care to play around this or play around guard counters, there is no reason to play him over characters like the Wilder and the Raider, unless you did want to have that support in multiplayer. Now to activate this passive ability, you have to be holding block with a shield and click the dodge button while moving. And it does assume this stance that has you slow walk while doing this unique blocking animation, and this special block has you tank so many more attacks, it's ridiculous. It's like 10 times better than regular blocking, and it has instant blocking frames too, and you can dodge while blocking, which is insane. Now, as I stated earlier, blocking in this game just sucks, even with the good shields, but with Steel Guard, that is not the case. You can just block entire boss combos and then some, and that's pretty much the real power right there. He has an entire monopoly on shield-based builds, which extends to not having to learn boss attacks, and also to guard countering builds. And if you've ever made a guard countering build in Elden Ring, you would know exactly how powerful they can be. It is pretty comparable damage and stance damage to a charged heavy, while just having a faster animation. Guard countering builds can do well with the Executor too, but he's limited to using a katana. Guard countering builds do especially well with larger and heavier weapons, because the speed differences are not that great. And in fact, weapon types like great hammers can actually have faster guard counters than a great sword, or a great spear can have just as fast as a guard counter as a normal spear, and it is going to have higher damage output and higher stance damage. Now for the Guardian, his main weapon is the halberd, so you're more likely to actually find halberds as well. And as I mentioned earlier, he does have a unique guard counter that is a slight bit better, but it's still not going to be as good as like a great spear guard counter unless you have it fully charged, because yeah, you can fully charge these, which it does make it do a bit more damage and a bit more stance damage. Now the funny thing is, it only does more damage if you fully charge it at point blank range and hit with like your body as well, because for some reason it actually does less damage when you hit with just the weapon, which is stupid. But the reason why I value the fully charged guard counter so much is because it covers amazing range. Like one of the only downsides of guard counters is that when you block, sometimes you can be knocked out of range, but like this pretty much mitigates one of its only weaknesses. Now unfortunately, it's still no halberd, so for like the same speed in guard counter, you can just use other weapons that will just do more damage, hence why I so badly want to be able to fully charge other guard counters. Like this is pretty much all that he has going for him. Just like let us charge all like the poking attack types weapons, so we can still at least benefit of shield poking too. Now when it comes to the downsides of this passive ability, one, it drains stamina over time. I don't really know why it does that. I wouldn't really mind it as much if this character had an S scaling in stamina though. Two, it doesn't really block elemental damage very well, nor does it block status effects. And three, also like the guard hitboxes don't really feel that much better than normal. Like you're still just as likely to get hit by like these random abilities as you would be blocking. So I feel like that one of these three things should be changed, especially due to the fact that you have to click an additional button just to get into the stance. Now it still is very easy to activate, but there will be times you might just like to aim in the wrong direction and that can get you hit. Like I do understand having it be its own stance due to how powerful it can be. Like if you could just block like this on demand, it might be a bit too good. And honestly, the fact that it forces you to walk is going to be one of the best things about it, because you can pair it with all of his like walking AoE buffs, which I do wish that actually dropped more often for this character, but I'll talk about more of those later. But another weird gripe that I do have is like the fully charged guard counter doesn't really get any blocking frames, which is annoying as well. And every single time that you guard counter or a heavy attack, it takes you out of the stance and you have to go back into the stance again. Okay, but moving on to his character skill, Whirlwind. This lifts up smaller enemies in the air, and that's about it. Like the damage in there doesn't really do shit to bosses that can't be staggered easily. It might be pretty good to use for like the final blow, I guess, but it is really great utility at stun locking groups of enemies, which honestly for a character skill it does its job. I kind of wish there was something else there to make it good in boss fights, like having iframes, or being able to block or parry attacks with it, giving you a damage boost, damage negation boost, like anything really. And for his ultimate, Wings of Salvation, it's pretty good. It's a decent damaging AoE that can instantly revive allies. You can fully charge it upon enemy as well to grant more iframes and boost allies' damage negation. Now you can just look at this and compare it to the Revenant's ultimate, and it's going to seem like it's just worse because Revenant's ultimate can revive at a much further distance, and with a Ghost Flame relic, she can actually do more damage too, while buffing her spirit summons and temporarily making herself and allies immune to dying. But the Guardian does have a couple of other things going for it. The Guardian does actually stagger enemies and bosses unlike the Ghost Flame explosion, and the ult always leaves you like roughly 20% charge when used. It only fully depletes your ultimate when holding onto it. So if you just were to use this ult as like a reviving and a damaging tool, it essentially has like the fastest ultimate regen in the game. And on top of this, there are going to be some relics that can help this too, which you might as well just get into those. You can gain the ability to heal yourself and allies when using the ultimate, and you can hold on to it to actually heal for way more. Another character-specific relic, and the one that I do consider to be the most important, is the one that reflects a portion of damage received when the ability is activated. Being that the entire playstyle around this character is like dark counter, like just having another form of damage that you get just by blocking is great. It does this like little AoE explosion every single time you block when the steel guard stands. Like it's just passive damage and stance damage at a time. And combine this with all those like walking buffs, you can kill enemies without even needing to attack. And that's not an exaggeration. The second most important character specific relic is the increased duration of the skill. It makes his whirlwind just like continuously spin, resulting in better stun lock potential and with way more damage. Now it is only going to do more damage when you hit with like most of the attack, and it's only like roughly 30% more damage as well, and you can no longer send enemies flying in the air, but the ability to like immobilize mobs for like a long period of time, especially for those banished knights, I think is like a must-have, and it makes yours and your teammates' lives a lot easier. His last character specific relic is creating a whirlwind and a charged heavy. Now if the other charged heavy attack is quick and actually good, then sure, I would run this, but I hardly even use the charged heavy outside of like killing trash mobs, because like the guard counters are going to be the best source of your damage. I think there is going to be like a combination of good perks that you have this alongside with, then sure, go ahead and run it, but it wouldn't be that high of a priority. Now when it comes to the other relics that are not character specific, the most important one for multiplayer would be taking aggro while blocking. Enemies unfortunately are not just going to back into your shield, so you're going to need this relic for multiplayer if you do want to fight tank. The most important ones outside of that though are going to be your boosting to guard counter damage. And thankfully there is two relics for this. There is the basic one that gives you a 10% damage boost, and the other one is actually based on your health and can give up to 30% more damage if you are at max HP. And the game literally gives you this perk as a part of a boss relic from a Dark Shift Knight, which also comes like the best stamina boost that you can get in the relic too. Other relics that could be good would be like getting a damage boost and having Palpatine Crypt. It is just 10% more damage, but you need all the help you can get with playing this guy. Taking damage boost your damage could be pretty decent, but it doesn't work when blocking physical attacks though, so it only really be useful when you're blocking elemental damage, which every Night Lord boss basically does anyway. Obviously like the solid staple options that you can never go wrong with, like the partial HP restoration on post-damaging attacks, and the damage and Everdale freeze as well is really good. So like the in-game buffs, basically anything for survivability, health, better healing, better dodging, more stamina so you can block. The blocking grants damage negation is extremely important, as is just like getting better guard boost. But in terms of the damage in-game buffs, I would always prioritize the walking buffs. Every time you use the passive, you begin to slow walk, and you can just block while doing damage. The rates while walking is like the best one that you can find, so look out for that. It's only going to be on weapons though. Flame of Frenzy and the Rain of Stars are both solid too, but the one for this first damage. And also anything that can actually help reach your guard counters, busting counter attacks, stance damage, critical attacks, all those are really good as well. Okay, so overall thoughts is that this character is really good when you spec into a guard counter build and commit to using the shield. If you try to play it any other way, it's gonna be shit because his dodge sucks, his damage sucks, and the overall kit can be underwhelming. Both how many guard counter buffs
Wait,
you
what?
can gain,
How
and
do I get
how
there?
this guy pretty much just owns all guard countering playstyles, and he has a very good use. Now unfortunately the guard counter playstyle can make fights drag out too long, and in a game where speed is heavily incentivized, that can can be a downside, and in groups this playstyle performs even worse. But thankfully the rest of its kits can make up for it in multiplayer, so you don't necessarily need to have like a good build to be able to play the support role. But even though you can gather a selection of powerful buffs to steamroll with this guy, it's just not going to be as consistent and it's just too RNG heavy. So things that I would like to see get changed with this character is 1, let us gain fully charged guard counters for more weapon types, specifically
Damn, that
things
was
like
such a good
spears.
fucking
Also maybe let the passive have like another ability,
Duchess
maybe
game.
similar to the raiders. Like with the raider, when you take a whole bunch of damage, you can actually gain like a fully charged attack for the skill. It could work like that. Like if you block 1,000 damage, then your next guard counter can do this big high damaging AoE. Also like let us block status effects and elemental damage a bit better. Guard counter and walking buffs also just need to drop more often with this character. Maybe give his character skill some iframes, and maybe just give him like a slightly bit better strength and stamina scaling to help separate him from the other characters as like a well-defined tanking character with a quality scaling. Or just don't do any of those things and just give him the ability to deflect with any weapon. That would instantly be S tier. But anyway, that's now done and completed. As always, let me know what your opinions are down in the comments below. We only have one more character guide left, and that is going to be for the Recluse. So definitely do subscribe for that if you haven't already. But tomorrow or the day after, I will actually do a solo guide for this character. We're just going to take him into a game, do a run, and you guys can see how well he can perform. Anyway, catch you guys in the next. See ya! To determine which sets of relics are the best in the game is pretty much impossible because it's always dependent on which character you are playing. Like for some characters, certain relic combinations will just end up doing a lot better compared to others. But there are going to be a handful of really good perks out there that are pretty much good no matter what. And that's kind of what I want to highlight today, just going over to what I consider the top 10 best relics in the game. Now yes, some of these perks I'm going to talk about are better for some characters and not as much for others, but it's just nice to highlight a bunch of really good perks that you guys should be looking out for alongside like the character specific perks. But yeah, speaking of those character specific perks, I'm not going to touch on a single one of those. Even the relics that aren't really character specific, but they're kind of just designed for that one particular character anyway, I'm also not going to touch on those. If it can benefit at least 3 separate characters, then it has a good chance of making it to the list. But yeah, with that out the way, let's get into it. Starting off as number 10, we have character skill cooldown reduction. Now this is going to determine how quickly you can get your main skill back, whether it's your passive or your ultimate. Now obviously for some characters, this is very much useless, like the Recluse, the Executor, and the Revenant. These characters don't have any cooldowns for their skills at all. And yes, even if you account for the Spirit Summon cooldown with the Revenant, it does not scale off this particular relic. But for all the other characters, you can very much benefit off this, especially if you're playing the Duchess, the Raider, or the Iron Eye. These character skills are extremely powerful because they can just result in a lot more damage, better survivability, and now these typically have a pretty quick cooldown, most of them being about 12 seconds, but with a +2 character skill cooldown relic, it can make it about a 10-second cooldown, and these actually can stack as well, so you can have 3 separate relics with 3 character skill cooldown +3s, and you could potentially get somewhere close to an 8-second cooldown, but even just a couple seconds is still extremely beneficial, because in boss fights you pretty much just spamming these as soon as you get them, and I can guarantee there was plenty of times that people just wish they had their character skill just a couple seconds earlier, and with something like this, you can actually make that possible. Number 9, we have stamina recovers with each successful attack. Now there are 2 variants of this. There is the regular one that gives you 2 stamina per attack, and there is the +1 version that you get specifically of a boss relic that gives you 3 stamina for every attack. Now stamina cost in this game is extremely expensive. For pretty much everything that you do, it just costs a lot, especially early game. It can be very frustrating and can get you killed, and this is very much the best stamina relic that you can get in the game, because comparatively to a +3 endurance relic, it only boosts your max stamina bar by 6 more, whereas this relic can give you 6 stamina if you just hit 3 times. Now the fact that it is based on hits means that it is going to pair better with quicker types of weapons compared to like these larger and slower types of weapons, so it might not benefit as much as someone like the Raider, but with the Raider, you might play a lot into power stancing where you're hitting with multiple weapons at the same time. But the best thing about this particular relic is that it doesn't have a cooldown, so as fast as you hit something, the more stamina that you can regain. So pairing this alongside a Twin Blade can be very beneficial for all like these multi-hitting skills like Repeating Thrust or the Eleanor's Pole Blade skill. Even with like projectile attacks like Founding Rain of Stars, every single one of those projectiles can get you your stamina back. Even things like the Rain of Arrows Asher Flow. and it can also pair very well with someone like the Guardian too, because there is that particular relic that results in an AoE every single time that you block, and therefore you can just keep getting a bunch of stamina back every single time that you're just blocking an attack. Like, it's not going to be the most powerful relic in the world, but just being able to get a bit more stamina means that you can attack more often, means that you can do more damage, and it also can mean that you have more opportunities to dodge attacks too. Number 8, we have
Where's the other guy?
cooldown. Now, unlike the character skill cooldown relics, these ones are pretty much going to benefit all the characters because everybody does have a cooldown for their ultimates. Now, some are obviously going to benefit more than others because some ultimates in the game are really better. Like for the Wilder, for instance, any single time that you get your ultimate, you pretty much just use it. Whereas for someone like the Duchess, you might save it for a certain situation, but even then, having a faster ultimate cooldown is never going to be a bad thing, and you're still always going to benefit. Now, there are a handful of different ultimate cooldown relics out there. There is just the regular passive one that just makes your ultimate regenerate a bit faster when you are in combat. There is another one that can give you some ultimate charge based on kills, and it's roughly around about 5%. There's another one that gives you the ultimate charge on critical hits, which is also about 5%, and there is another that gives you ultimate charge on blocking, and that's around about 1% for every single block. Now, depending on your character, might be dependent on which one of those options that you do go with. If you are in solo play, you're playing someone like the Wilder, the Guardian, or the Raider, going with the critical attack one might be best because it also is going to work very well in boss fights. Also, with the Guardian, if you have the blocking base one, that one can be good too. If you have both of them together, I'd definitely just throw it on. But in multiplayer and for the other characters, you might prioritize getting kills to get your ultimate back. Number 7, we have the attack up relics, and I'm going to talk about the physical attack up and all the elemental attack ups as well. Now, they do offer different values. The physical attack up at +0 is a 3% damage boost, at +1 is 4%, and +2 is 5%. With the elemental ones like magic, fire, lightning, and holy, it is a 4.5% damage boost at +0. At 1, it's 5.5, and at +2, it is 6.5. Now, the reason why the physical one is a bit lower is because there are way many opportunities of you getting more physical damage than you are getting elemental damage. And for the most part, I would just run the physical attack up. And the cool thing is that this actually stacks as well, so you can have 3 separate ones and just gain 15% more physical damage, pretty much just for free. Now, the downside of this is that when you stumble across a really powerful weapon that happens to be like elemental based, like getting a Blasphemous Blade or a Mogwai Sacred Spear, for example, that's going to be getting some split fire damage and probably half physical damage, so these effects are just not going to be as effective. But there are going to be 2 circumstances where these things are really powerful. I think one is with the Recluse and when using the magic attack power up, because with spells, they're doing pure damage of this one damage type. And the Recluse is pretty much always using magic damage, so you can never really go wrong with us having 6.5%
where are these guys at?
of your sorceries. And also, it pairs very well
I guess
if you
I'm gonna
plan
solo
on
this
using your
guy.
starting weapon. Like a character where I'm always using my starting weapon would be the Executor. I just have my Katana poison infused, which is still going to be pure physical damage. And if you find some good combination of perks and they happen to have physical attack up as well, you might as well run it. And also, it can perform very well if you have these in combination with other relics that change up the affinity of your starting weapon too. So for instance, if you have a relic that changes up your starting weapon to a fire infusion and you have fire attack up, you can maybe do a decent amount more damage. And I would definitely run these particular relics in combination together if you are fighting a Night Lord boss that is weaker to that element too. That way you don't have to rely on RNG when it comes to just finding that particular element. You can just get a couple buffs right at the beginning, level up your starting weapon, and just gain access to some really good damage. Number 6, I want to touch on the FP boosting perks. Now, obviously for FP, it's only really going to benefit a handful of characters. They only really would prioritize it with characters like the Recluse, the Revenant, and the Duchess, because those characters get a really good intelligence and or fate scaling. And you definitely do want to utilize spells for these particular characters. And with how limited ways there are to regenerate FP in this game, having a larger FP bar is a massive positive. You can still run some FP boosting perks with other characters, but I only really would do it if there was a particular weapon skill that you wanted to use and that you could guarantee that you started off with. Like, you can very well run like the Flaming Strike perk with the Wilder, go spec into some fire damage buffs, get some FP boosting damage, and then spam the skill the entire time, and it can just output amazing damage. But that is obviously going to be a more niche and limited type of playstyle. But yes, the FP boosting perks that I am talking about is the one that gives you more mind, there is the one that gives you more FP every single time you clear out a Sorcerer's Rise, and there is the ones that give you more FP if you have like 3 or more saves or 3 or more seals equipped. Now, the ones that add to your mind stats I'm not going to value as much because a +3 mind relic is only 15 FP, which for a comparison, lightning spear costs 18 FP. But the ones that do give you FP when you have 3 or more staves or 3 or more seals equipped, it does give you a 50 FP boost, and with how easily and how quickly you can just guarantee to grab some catalysts, this could be a very solid benefit, especially early game, because if you're around about level 5, this is pretty much giving you a 50% larger FP bar with characters like the Revenant, and it might end up being around about like a 30% FP increase when you are like a maximum level, which is still really good. And if you have this in combination with the FP boost for every single sorcerer's rise completed, it's going to give you an 18% boost to this FP bar. So I only really would run this particular perk with these characters that have more FP, because it is percentage based. It's not going to do as well with the characters with little FP. But if I did ever plan to use spells, I think those two relics would be a must-have. Number 5, we have a relic that gives you more damage when you have 3 or more of a particular weapon type equipped. Now this is actually a 10% damage boost, and it pretty much activates if you just have at least 3 of that particular weapon type just sitting in your inventory. Now there are many benefits to this relic. The major one being is that the game doesn't force you to use a particular weapon just to be able to benefit off the damage buff, which is why I'm going to prefer these relics over the relics that just give you more damage if you're using that particular weapon type. Now the obvious downside is that you have to try and find 3 of these weapons. Now the counterpoint to that is that that's not even that challenging to do. If you're going to be playing the Guardian, you obviously
Oh,
can
I didn't even
select
see
3
that.
or more halberds equipped. And the thing is, the game already gives you a halberd to start off with. So all you have to do is find 2 halberds, which the game is just more likely to give you halberds because you are playing the Guardian. And you can pretty much just treat this as like a free 10% damage buff. Now another downside of this is that sometimes there'll be those circumstances where there is a bunch of like really good secondary perks and benefits, and sometimes it might not be on a halberd, and you might be sacrificing
Damn
some
it.
good perks just to be able to gain that 10% damage. But those situations are very far and few, as other situations where you don't end up finding those 2 more of the same weapon type. So in my opinion, I think this is a very consistent perk with little to no downside, but a pretty big upside. Number 4, I want to touch on the relics that change your starting weapon to have them be infused with a status effect. Now just a bit earlier when I was talking about the attack damaging up boosts, I talked about how those could synergize well with like the elemental infusions, like having your starting weapon be fire, magic, lightning, or holy, and how well they can also play into exploiting the weakness of the Night Lord bosses. But I think the ones that add a status effect and not an element are just much more beneficial, and that is for multiple reasons. 1, status effects are just broken in this game. They're all going to output some type of percentage damage, so therefore the more health something has, the more damage they're going to take. And with
Oh
how much
my
health
god.
a lot of these bosses have, you can never go wrong with any one of these. Now the downside of these particular infusions is that it does lower your damage by roughly 15%, and sometimes when it comes to like killing trash mobs or even bosses with not that much health, it could literally just be worse if you have an infused weapon. Now there are some instances to where this is not really the case, like having a poison infusion with the Executor starting katana, being that this character gets an escalate in dexterity and an arcane, and that the poison infusion just gives it an arcane scaling. The damage difference isn't really that great, so you're just gonna end up with like more poison. But if you were to use this particular relic with the Duchess and her dagger, the damage is not really going to be that good. However, in this game, there is no equipment load at all, and there is no downside to this carrying
Damn.
so you can very well just leave this up in a quick and just use it at the start of the boss fight to just proc the status effects, whatever they may be, and then switch back to your main weapon that gets you a lot more damage. And this performs especially well when you do have those particular boss relics, like the one of the Sentient Castle. Now the Gliga boss relic doesn't change up your infusion boss, but it does give you the killing list weapon skill, which pretty much just adds cost to your weapon. And both of these relics also do have a benefit that gives you more damage when you proc this status effect. So if you just use it the way I mentioned, you're going to gain a damage boost alongside while having that status effect damage be active, whether it be the frost debuff or the poison damage over time. Number 3, we have partial HP restoration upon post damage attacks. Kind of a stupid name, but basically what it means is that after you get damage for a short duration, you have the chance to convert that damage back into heals. It kind of performs similar to Millennia's Great Rune or Bloodborne Rally mechanic. Now it's not really like the Bloodborne Rally mechanic because it's only based on the last time that you've been hit. It doesn't like accumulate the amount of times you've been hit over the past few seconds. And the health regen is not necessarily based on damage, it's kind of based on what attack that you use. So the light attack of a colossal weapon will kind of end up giving you just as many heals as the light attack of a straight sword sword or a greatsword. But then there are some things like a critical attack which can give you all of that healing back instantly. Like I've had a time where I've traded out with an enemy, took like 60% of my health bar, but I got a stance break, then I did a critical attack, and then I got all of them back, and it pretty much saves you an entire flask. And that's how powerful it can be. Like you can just continuously trade out with enemies with any particular character, by the way, except if you were to play the Iron Eye, because this doesn't actually work with bows. So unfortunately, that's the only person that I wouldn't really run this on. Both how hard things can hit in this game and how limited heals that you have. Something like this is just invaluable and just benefits you no matter what. Number 2, we have the Vigor Boosting Relic buffs. Now, people might be confused as to why the hell a regular basic Vigor Boosting Relic is going to make it to be the second best relic in the entire game, and that's because that people are just under the assumption that it just boosts your HP, and that's it. But yeah, it does boost your HP, but what it also does do is boost your healing, because in this game, your healing flask is percentage based. It is a flat 60%, no matter what level you are, no matter what character you're playing, it's always going to be that same flat amount. So therefore, the more health that you have, the better your healing is. So it's essentially this relic does those two separate jobs together. Now the +1 does give you 20 HP, the +2 gives you 40, and +3 gives you a 60 HP buff. There is also another boss relic that actually gives you a +100 more HP, which is just insane. Because for reference, like the Revenant at level 1 only has a couple hundred HP, this pretty much gives you a 50% HP boost. But that's obviously only at level 1. But for a reference, when it does come to the +3 Vigor perk, with the Wilder at level 10, it is pretty much 7% larger HP bar, which also means just 7% better heals. And if you have 3 Vigor perks, that's about a 20% larger HP bar, and also 20% more heals. And this is with a character that has a lot of health. Being that this is a flat boost to your HP, it's going to be more noticeable with the characters that don't really have much health. With the Revenant at level 10, having 3 +3 Vigor perks gives you 30% more HP. And that also means 30% more heals. And this is at level 10 without that boss level. This percentage number is going to be even higher if you are at these lower levels. And the best thing about all of this is that when you do inevitably find those HP boosting perks throughout the game, being that those things are like percentage based, you're also going to benefit of those more. Like if there is one thing that you can never go wrong with, it is more health, because that just means more survivability. If you're staying alive, you have more chances to win. And as number 1, I'm sure to no one's surprise, we have attack power permanently increased for each Evergel prisoner defeated. Every single time you kill an Evergel boss, it is a 5% damage boost, and this is a multiplicative buff, so therefore every other Evergel boss that you do fight throughout your expedition, it is going to give you another 5%, another 5%, and there are 7 Evergels that can spawn into the expedition, and if you clear out all of them, you can pretty much get a 40% damage. And this is a permanent buff. It works with everything, spells, fire bombs, your bare fists, and you don't even need to equip anything because it's a passive buff as well. And just as of the recent update, the game was so kind enough to just give us this for free, alongside a stone sword key to start off with, which is going to be like one of the downsides of this particular playstyle, is that you're going to have to try and get a little bit of luck of getting a bunch of stone sword keys, which the chances of you getting a lot of stone sword keys per run, with how many places these can like spawn into like an drop rate, you could easily at least get 5 per run, which is over a 25% damage boost, which is better than anything else these other relics could actually offer. Now, another downside of actually running this perk and running throughout all these Evergels is that they tend to spawn on the outsides of the map, and there might be a lot of running involved, and somewhat like having bad circle RNG, really mess up your plans, and in how many different Evergels you can clear out. But even if I have to sacrifice a couple of levels just to be able to get like 10 or 15% more damage, it is 100% worth it, because the differences between level 13 and level 15 is not that great. And even then, these Evergel bosses are always guaranteed to just drop more moves, so even if you do just do nothing but just kill Evergel bosses the entire time, you're more likely not going to end it around about 14 or 15 anyway. Like there is almost no reason to just not run this relic. Every single person just do it, just go from Evergel to Evergel, get a bunch more damage, and these bosses are not really that hard to kill either, so it's not like it's going to be that risky. The only thing you might sacrifice would be like higher rarity of drops, but who cares, you're getting like a 40% damage boost. Anyway, that's now done and completed. As always, let me know what your opinions are down in the comments below. I do plan to make some more relic playthrough videos. Probably next time there'll be some more character-specific ones. I might just show you guys my loadout as to what I run for every single character. I might turn that into a video. We'll see what happens. So if that does interest you, please like this video and subscribe for that one, and I'll catch you guys around. See yous! if you were to take away the character skill for every single Nightfarer, how much worse would they end up being? And that discrepancy right there is what is going to determine the criteria for this video, because it is very hard to distinguish all these skills and rank them from worst to best when they all behave very differently, and especially in a video that's going to take into account both solo play and multiplayer use. So the way I like to look at it is how much better do these characters end up being with these skills. Now, if you don't know, the character skills does not include things like the passive ability or the ultimate ability. Those are covered in separate videos.
Man, I should
So
have just
whatever
helped
action
him
or
kill
attack
it,
is
dude.
tied behind the character skill button, those are the things that we're going to touch on today. Starting off at the bottom, we have the Executor skill, Cursed Sword, or Suncatcher, however you want to call it. Both terms are correct. Now, my opinions on this skill have not changed since I talked about this when I had the early access before the game came out. I'm pretty much going to say the exact same things. Like, deflecting in this game was never going to be as good as it was in Elden Ring, and definitely not as good as it was in Sekiro. Because to really benefit off deflecting, you have to be fighting smaller enemies that attack really quickly, so you can get lots of deflects off. Which is why when you play a game like Sekiro, there's a lot of enemies that fit that description. And when you fight those really large bosses in Sekiro that swing slowly, people tend to have problems with them because they can't just spam L1 the entire time and just win. And in a multiplayer game like this, there's going to be lots of larger bosses to compensate for the 3-player format, and these larger bosses tend to swing slower, so you're getting less deflects off. They're going to knock you back further, so you're actually not going to be in range to punish with a guard counter, and there's also going to be a lot more AoEs, which are also going to be pretty hard to block. And compared to Elden Ring's deflecting with the deflecting hard tier, that was always going to be better as well, because you could actually have this paired alongside any weapon in the game. And if you're going with any type of blocking or deflecting build in Elden Ring, it is optimal to be building around a guard countering build, because guard counters are one of the most powerful playstyles in this game and in that one, due to them pretty much outputting charged heavy attack types of damage and stance damage in a faster animation, and the deflecting hard tier pretty much made you do like double damage and like 50% more stance damage on any given guard counter. And when paired alongside larger types of weapons, they could be utterly broken, because yeah, when you have a guard counter with a large weapon, it's not even going to be that much slower, if at all, compared to a smaller weapon like a katana. And then when taking all of that and incorporating this into a multiplayer game where enemies and bosses are going to be taking their aggro between you and your allies, you're not going to have as many opportunities to block or deflect enemies at all. So inherently, it's just always going to be very niche. It's obviously going to perform a lot better in solo play, where you're always going to have the enemy aggro, and where enemies have less poise, you actually can take advantage of the stance damage that the deflecting does and the stance damage that the guard counter does. Because yeah, with every single deflect, you do roughly around about like a light attack's worth of stance damage, and when you're deflecting entire combos and you ended up with a guard counter, you can definitely stance break enemies extremely quickly. And another good thing about this stance is that it does consume a lot less stamina than anything else in the game. Like, things in this game consume a lot of stamina, and when you're in this stance, you can pretty much just swing your katana forever. Now, also another downside of this stance is that it forces you to slow walk the entire time, which can be a downside, but you actually can pair this alongside the slow walking buffs, and therefore you can actually gain some passive damage over time while having this good defensive ability in just the deflecting and the high stance damage and the guard countering options, and it can combo in pretty nicely. There is also the ability to actually have this weapon buffed when you do deflect roughly 4 or 5 times. Now, when you do have this golden buff on the katana, it doesn't boost the damage at all, but it does let this katana have its own specific skill that can lunge in pretty far, get some very good hyper armor, do some decent damage. The stance damage really isn't that good for some reason, I don't really know why, but yeah, the biggest downside of this particular skill is that the katana doesn't really get that good of damage, nor does it get bleed. Like, any single blue or purple katana can pretty much outdamage this skill katana while actually getting a status effect, which is pretty much the entire thing when it comes to this character. It gets an S scaling in dexterity and in arcane. He's benefiting so much of status effects and his main character skill, and the katana doesn't get one. Like, yes, even though you can incorporate the cool tech where you can deflect at the start of the animation when you bring out the sword, or where you sheath the sword, it can be pretty cool, but for the most part, when you're deflecting, you're going to want to end in a guard counter anyway, and then once you get the stance break, then you can switch back to your main weapon, so this whole, like, sheathing the weapon to get the deflect isn't really going to be that useful anyway. Like, at best, this serves as a nice counter to those really quick enemies with shorter openings, like a Banished Knight or a Crucible Knight, and also it does do pretty well defensively when you're trying to, like, deflect or block those harder hitting boss combos or those big AoEs. But the fact that stance damage is not the same as doing partial damage in Sekiro, and the fact that you can just melt enemies way faster without using the skill, it's going to make this thing very niche. At 7, we have Claw Shot, the skill for the Wilder, and this one kind of hurts to put it lower on the list. Like, it still is going to get to the 80 with how fun and convenient it can be, but honestly, how much better is the Wilder with this particular skill compared to the rest of his kit? Like, yes, it does help you get from A to B really quickly, and if you're clearing out camps and enemies quicker, you're going to be getting more runes and more levels. It can be used as like somewhat of like a pseudo projectile attack to like lunge in towards enemies or have enemies come towards you or hit these enemies that are flying in the air. It can also help you like dodge these big massive nuke attacks that these Night Lord bosses do sometimes. Like, it definitely is very handy, and you're going to be using this a whole bunch throughout every expedition. And it can become a core part of your playstyle as well if you do pair this alongside the relic ability that buffs your greatsword after using the skill and the light attack. It will do this pretty high damaging fire attack that will buff the weapon with more fire damage, and being that this is included as a skill attack, it's not going to consume any stamina at all. Now, this is pretty limiting because you're forced to pair this alongside a greatsword, but thankfully a lot of the greatsword options you get with the Wilder are very good. There's not that big of a downside, but overall it can be very solid. It's nice and fun to use, but it's not really that powerful compared to some of the other character skill in the game, where it pretty much makes or breaks the character. Number 6, we have the Guardian skill, Whirlwind. Now, this one also hurts to put it lower on the list because it doesn't do anything wrong at all, and in fact it actually complements the Guardian perfectly because his passive ability is kind of meant for those 1v1 fights and tanking. His ultimate ability is good for support, and his character skill is like amazing for crowd control, just killing out these trash mobs really quickly. Like, there isn't a skill in the entire game that can do crowd control as well as the Guardian skill can. Like, any single time you walk into a room, just use the skill, they all get yeeted up into the air, you can follow up with your big charged heavy attack, which is a nice horizontal swipe, and then kill them all in an instant. And then better yet, there is a relic that makes this continuously spin over and over again. This will actually result in about 20% more damage if enemies or bosses stand inside of the whirlwinds the entire time, but the most important factor of this is that the enemies will get continuously stun locked, especially those larger enemies like Banished Knights, because typically if you use the skill without the relic against the Banished Knight, it's just going to stagger them once, but with this relic ability, it is going to continuously get trapped over and over again, and it's such a nice luxury to have, and it can complement your own character's kit, and it can make your teammates' lives a lot easier as well. But like, the only reason why I'm not going to put it higher is because when you're fighting these larger bosses that cannot be staggered, or any type of like Night Lord boss, it's pretty
Do
much
you
just
really
useless.
wanna?
Like, you can pair the continuous whirlwind alongside the stamina recovery relic and gain some stamina back with every single hit just passively over time, because yeah, skills don't consume any stamina, so it is just like a net positive, and you do get some hype armor throughout that animation as well, but there really isn't too much going on with this particular skill that makes it useful for those encounters. I kind of wish that this had one other thing going for it. My suggestion would have been to give it like some Nightreign when you use the skill. It would have been nice. I feel like it does need at least one more thing to really make it optimal, but there really isn't much else bad I can say about it. As number 5, we have the Recluse skill, Cocktail Mix. Now, this skill is extremely hard to rank for multiple reasons. One, its passive ability is kind of intertwined with the skill. In this video, we're talking about character skills, not talking about passives. And yeah, the Recluse passive ability is what helps her get her FP back every single time she uses the skill. So yeah, for this particular video, we're just going to separate that one in time. But also this particular Cocktail Mix, I think, is borderline useless when it comes to solo play, but in teams, it can actually be really good. I kind of feel that way about the Recluse as a whole in general, and the character skill is a big part of that, because most of the cocktail mixes you'll end up getting have these really long animations, and the damage for the most part isn't much better than just using regular spells. Now, obviously, it's not going to consume any FP, so there is a major benefit, but with how much less health enemies have in solo play, if you have the correct relic abilities, and if you stack up on a couple of Starlight Shards, there really isn't much of a need to save on FP, but when you do get those very like specific combinations of cocktail mixes, they can actually output a lot of damage. Now, the thing is, the cocktail mixes that end up doing the most amount of damage will end up being those cocktail mixes that incorporate 3 different elements, and in solo play, it's pretty suboptimal to try to use 3 different elements and switch back and forth between your different staves or seals or weapons, and then absorb all those elements, and then go ahead and use this attack that has a really long animation. Like, if you are setting it up before like you go into a boss fight, you can make sure you have this charging attack at the start of the fight, then yeah, it can be pretty good for those situations. But for the most part, I only really would care about it in multiplayer because there is a lot more elements going around, and you don't have to be carrying all the elements yourself just to be able to get the combinations. Like if you have one teammate that's using holy damage, it makes your life so much easier because there are lots of really good holy types of combinations, like the Ice Blizzard one, the one that can give you infinite FP, the one that can debuff enemies to make them have less health. In that instance, you only really need to carry a couple of elements with the benefit of these really amazing and powerful skills, but the fact that these things have longer animations is much less of a downside in multiplayer because all your other allies are going to be taking the aggro for you. But the thing is, it's still not going to be perfect in multiplayer because it's extremely unpredictable and very RNG heavy. You can't guarantee that your teammates are always going to have a lot of different types of elements, and you also can't guarantee which ones you end up absorbing as well. Like there's been plenty of times where I've played the Recluse and I try to hit them with a particular enemy and absorb it straight away, but my teammates quickly went ahead and hit him with a different element, and then I absorbed the wrong thing. And for some reason you can't like empty your cocktail or remove a particular one so you can like fine tune as to which combinations that you want. Like if there was one thing to be changed about this particular skill, is just to have some more like autonomy or control over the skill itself and what combinations that you get, because it feels way too random and luck based and very heavily incentivizes communication. So if you're playing with randoms, it's pretty much just like an impossible task. So I don't really know how they would do it exactly, but just having a way to where we can guarantee the element that we want sometimes, or being able to remove certain affinities from our cocktail mix, I think that would be pretty cool. Number 4, we have the Raider character skill, Retaliate. Now before everybody freaks out about the placement of the skill and telling me how good it actually is, I know how good it is, I know how good it can be, but the thing is, part of the reason why it's so good is because of its passive ability. And yeah, in this video we're just talking about the character skills, so I don't really want to rank it based on how it performs as a whole, because I haven't really talked about the passive ability for all the other characters, so it's pretty unfair for me to talk about it just for this one. Don't blame me, blame From Software for not like incorporating these into one skill and giving this guy a different passive ability. That's not my fault. I'm just making this video for fun anyway. It's not really meant to be taken seriously. But yeah, his passive ability is what makes him not get staggered out of the skill and what makes him not die in the skill as well. It's a pretty big portion as to what makes this really good. But it's pretty much impossible to talk about his skill without talking about the fact that you can't really get staggered out of it. So I'm still going to talk about it as a whole, but I'm not going to really rank it based on that. Like, I know it sounds pretty stupid, but it's my video. It's my list. Go make your own. Now, how this character skill actually works is that he does do this melee attack, like a stomping into headbutt combo. And this headbutt actually has a really large hitbox. It goes a lot further than you think. It sends enemies flying to the ground, does some decent stance damage, and throughout this animation, you do take a lot less damage. It's pretty much the equivalent of having Endure, and it also extends to the hyper armor value of it too. So you can pretty much just use this when you are trading out with enemies, or if you're trying to counter these like really annoying boss attacks or these boss combos that you aren't really too confident in dodging, you can pretty much just use this to like avoid it completely and just do damage in return. And the best thing about this is that there are relics out there that use your damage every single time that you take them, and it just synergizes perfectly with this skill because you just take next to no damage. And the thing is, when you are taking damage, you're benefiting the entire time, because when you do take roughly 850 damage, it does buff this particular skill to do like this fully charged effect. When your character gets all hot and steamy, the next time you use the skill, it does this like big palm blast AoE, makes it have like a larger hitbox, does a lot of damage, and most importantly, it actually staggers these larger bosses and these Night Lord bosses the exact same way an ultimate art would. Now the downside of this is that it does have a very long animation, and sometimes you can just completely whip with this thing. I kind of wish they gave us some more control over this to where we can be able to fully charge it when we want to if we do gain the buff, and not like force us to use it every single time we have it active. That'd be like the one thing that I would change about this, but other than that, it's pretty much a flawless skill. Number 3, we have the Revenant skill, Summon Spirit. Now, a lot of like Revenant's entire kit tends to get overlooked because people just look at her scalings, her lack of regenerating FP, and her starting weapon, and tend to just ignore everything else she has going for her, because this particular skill in Summon Spirit is honestly amazing. Like, you get to summon enemies to fight for you. Now, the damage output for these particular enemies isn't going to be anything amazing, but it still is going to be some free passive damage on top of what you're doing. But the most important thing is that they're going to be taking aggro and actually stun locking enemies for you too. So in solo play, this gets lots of use because there are lots of applications that you really want to use that have like these longer animations and you want to have them fully charged. And just throwing out your summons out there to stun lock or just take aggro, so you can do that perfectly value. And even in teams as well, it's really good. You can't go wrong with just having another person out there just taking aggro, which just inherently keeps your other allies alive. But it definitely has a very high upside and a pretty high skill ceiling as well, because it has been pointed out to me somewhat recently that you can continuously spam the summon over and over again, and it actually lets them attack a lot faster compared to if you just leave them out there by themselves. Now, I haven't really talked about the summons in particular, but Helen is kind of like the least useful one. Like, even though she can have the most amount of damage, she just dies in like 2 hits, but in return she does have the quickest cooldown at only 1 minute. But the summons you will be alternating between the most would be Frederick and Sebastian, because they actually have an ample amount of health, and they still do some decent damage in return, especially after you use your ult to make them do their own version of their own ult. And there is a relic ability out there that gives you a damage boost every single time that you summon one of your allies, and depending on which one you summon will be dependent on which buff that you gain. Frederick gives you a 10% damage boost the entire time he's active, Sebastian gives you a damage negation boost, and Helen gives you some health regen. Like, my only gripe with the character skills is that it doesn't actually work with the character skill cooldown buffs at all in terms of how fast you can actually get your summons back. So if there was one thing I would change, it will be that. Adds to the restage skill, which is of the Duchess. This skill pretty much turns back time for the last few seconds and lets all enemies within close proximity pretty much just take 50% of the damage all over again. And it's not just going to be damage, but it also extends to status buildup and stance damage as well, which I don't think much else needs to be said. You can pretty much tell based on that statement alone about how powerful this thing can actually be in both solo play and in multiplayer. Like, any single time you see like a status break get proc, or someone do a critical attack, or any high damaging attack, just click the button and just do a bunch more damage. And funnily enough, there's an entire relic ability that makes this particular skill even more powerful. It goes from 50% more damage to 60% more damage. And this thing only has a 12-second cooldown, and it's better than her ultimate ability. But another amazing thing about it that I didn't mention is that it doesn't require an animation at all. You can use it mid-attack combo, you can use it when you're taking damage yourself, you can use it mid-dodge. Like, it's quick, it's easy, and the benefit is just more damage. And that's number one. We have the marking skill of the Iron Eye. This guy's going back to back getting number ones in both the ultimate and the character skill. Again, the marking skill is probably the most broken thing that comes out of this thing, because it's pretty much an insane iframe dodge. It like lunges you in so far, covers so much distance, or you can like retreat really quickly. You have to hit the break to stand your bows, and the fact that the entire animation just has iframe from start to finish is just insane. And the funny thing about this is that it actually does do damage as well, and leave a debuff on enemies. Like, if it just had a dodge and just did damage, that would have been good enough for a skill. But no, it leaves a debuff on enemies. So if you or your allies actually damage the person that is marked, they just take 10% more damage. But it doesn't just stop there, because if you do enough damage, the mark actually explodes, and when the mark explodes, it just does a whole chunk of damage, it does a whole bunch of stance damage, and it also staggers all the enemies, like larger bosses, Night Lord bosses. They get staggered the exact same way that you stagger a boss with ultimate, and it happens every single time that you just break them off. And there also is other relic abilities out there that gives you a second charge of this. Why did they give a second charge to this ability? I will have no idea. And there's also another relic that lets you extend the duration of the mark, just in case you don't get to explode it in time, to guarantee that big boy broken
That's some bullshit.
stance damage. Like, I have no idea what they were really thinking when they designed this character, but they needed to keep that same energy with the other ones too. Okay, but that's pretty much us now done with this one. As always, please do like and subscribe. The next video is probably going to be covering the passive abilities, ranking all of those from worst to best, and then probably end up talking more about things like relics and whatnot. So if those things do interest you, definitely do subscribe, and I'll catch you guys around. See yous! So before we do get started on the run, just want to talk about this little update that just dropped. It's nothing too major, just a bunch of these little bug fixes. You guys can just give it a read yourselves. But I do want to highlight this top one really quick, because it is pretty relevant. You can actually now see what weapon type every single weapon is in the menu. So for those people who don't have like every single weapon or weapon type memorized like myself, you guys now actually have a visual indicator to tell you what the weapon type actually is here. This is great sword, small shield, even your bare fists get listed as fist, which is pretty cool. But yeah, for today we're just going to do a wilder build and build around the fire damaging element. Now the reason being is because I want to talk about this particular relic right here that you can get off the collector signboard. Now when this relic just dropped, I kind of glazed over it or glossed over it a little bit. Can you even say the word glaze? Is that even like a...
Wait.
I kind of forget how we actually used to use the word. Did I actually make sense in that? I don't know. But I was pretty dismissive of this relic. I'm gonna say that for a second.
We kinda went back.
I thought that your character skills, the fire attack,
What do we do, dude?
directly outclass this, because having your starting weapon with a particular element, with something like the Wilder, where there's so many really good greatsword options, isn't really going to be that beneficial.
What's
But
that
Activation Spreads Fire is one of the best the Wilder, because it just makes your ult do almost twice as much damage, and that does actually scale with this fire attack up +2 buff, which is about like 6% more damage. And just having your starting weapon, or just being able to guarantee a particular element, is really good, because if you fight in those Nightlord bosses that are weaker to a particular element, like in this instance either the Sentient Pest or Fissure in the Fog, then you might as well slap on something like this and just guarantee that you get fire damage. Now I'm going to I'll pair this alongside this relic here that lets me start off with fire damage and give me fire attack power up. So if I actually do have Flaming Strike and buff active with all these relics, I'm essentially doing like closer to 50% more damage early game just with this setup compared to just having like the regular greater cycle. Now once you get a bit later into the game, it's not going to be that big of a difference, but it's still going to be pretty noticeable. And also, I'm going to pair this alongside the 3 more Great Swords equipped to give me 10% more damage, have partial HP restoration, which is not that bad at all, and more ultimate charge. And I do think that the better off going with the Elden Ring, because the damage is insane. I'm not going to
Damn. I'm dead. Somebody save me.
As well. So if you were to fight a boss where you get to lightning damage,
Oh, I was fighting it by myself. Goddamn.
And put in
Oops.
lightning / Ash of War and starting doing lightning damage and lightning attack up, and pretty much getting the exact same effect. And this actually does it do pretty well with the Wilder in particular, because the Greatsword is a pretty decent weapon. You can't really go wrong. And the Greatsword also has many different weapon types that you can put on, or actually can equip with. So lightning / combo you put onto every single weapon I don't know. No, we're not fighting. We're gonna go into Fissure in the front. We're gonna fight an enemy weak to fire damage, so we can really showcase.
No, let me go.
Show you guys how it works. And I haven't really fought Fissure in the fog in any of these like videos, so but you might as well do it. Had some like requests about it, so we'll see how it goes. I don't really care much to fight this boss that often. Like, it's pretty cool and cinematic, but it's pretty boring sometimes. The fight can drag on, but we have fire damage, so it's
Wait,
fine.
what?
We're spawning right next to a fire camp, which is going to guarantee fire damage anyway. We're still gonna run. So obviously the objective is to level up the weapon. One-shotting trash bombs.
Where is it?
I'd love to see it. We're just gonna stick with the starting weapon the entire time, unless we find like another really good weapon with Flaming Strike, because you know, it must be the exact same thing.
No, is that thing up there?
What do we have? Okay, there's churches at the bottom. With a good merchant over here. There's another Wending Grace if need be. I want to kill some field bosses, so we go to the boss down here. See what's up. This is a morning. That's not too bad. Not too bad. I think like the only downside of doing this particular thing is that when you're fighting enemies resist to fire damage, then it can be a pretty big problem. But for the most part, there aren't that many, I don't think. Actually avoided that. And I ducked underneath that one. Nice. You have like magworms that resist to fire damage. I believe like the Godskin enemies that resist to fire damage. Spam Flaming Strike. Whatever. We missed, but we still buffed it, so it's fine. I kind of actually wanted to run the develop like maybe some more FP, like way more skills equipped or way more staves, which would give me a bunch more FP and then spam Flaming Strike. The only thing is Flaming Strike is really efficient, and we're not going to be spamming it over and over again, because you know, it's sort of effective at just the buff portion of it.
Oh!
Level 2 is still melting in.
Oh. What the fuck?
Cool. Dragon, Communion Seal, boosted
One
critical
tap.
hits, that's nice. Maximum stamina is really good too. That's 24% damage to critical hits, that's kind of ridiculous. Especially because our ultimate just does a lot of stats damage. And the downside of like fire effects on shockwave effect, whatever it's called. The ultimates is that well, you never have enemies that are out of it really negative, but being that every single time you use the ultimate, like result in a shockwave. It's the smallest downside of all time. Ancestral Spirit.
Greatest enemy.
To negate some of the FP issues that we might have. Not too bad. Where do I want to go? Or should I go visit like a church or something? Maybe let's go visit the 2 down below. That'll be good enough. Go do that. Go visit the 2 down below. There's Crucible Knights in this place.
Oh wait.
Down below as well. Viridian and Medallion. Cannot go wrong with that.
No.
How much is it in this game? Why can't I go see the thing? There it is. 12%. Why is that only 12%? I'm pretty sure a +3 Viridian and Medallion and Elden Ring is like 18% or something. I'm getting it wrong. 18%. They should just give the +3 variants, especially because you can only hold 2 talismans in this game. It should be balanced around 4 talismans. Like this one's better. Like in the base game, which is like
Jesus.
which having 5% MP gain is better for the most part. It's a Knight's Cavalry here. Do I want to fight a Knight's Cavalry? What the hell did I press? I guess we're gonna do it. Knock him off the horse. No! God damn it, I hate these bosses so much. I really hate them. Like, weren't these like fights designed around like the whole horseback combat? So what's the point of putting them in this game? But even then, like, they were terrible to fight on horseback anyway.
Oh, it's a bell bearing.
Maybe because we have like the surge sprint that are really fast. I don't know. Shout out to Park. See, if I just used my ult, he would have just immediately run off the horse. I'm so upset about that. Gotta move in. None of that. Horse again. I'm also like thinking about going with Flaming Strike with a character like this. Is that Flaming Strike does scale up strength. This character gets like a secondary strike scale up for the game.
Oh, fucking shit, bro.
Ability attack power up. More fire down. Let's go through the tunnel. And yeah, we're gonna do some purple stone. We lived. And similar thing, of course, also applies to like Thunderbolt or Lightning Strike. Lightning-based skills scale purely with dexterity. This might be dexterity scaling too. I cannot speak today. I don't stream anymore. Just yapping and complaining about me failing my nose drugs. Why do they put this so... Okay, demon. That's fine. That's okay. We can go buy that off. That's fantastic. Give me that too. Nice. Okay, so we can go ahead and grab a purple weapon right now. We can go buy off that Libra debuff. And we might go pick up the Symbol of Avarice as well, just to like guarantee level 15, because you know, why not? Why not? I could just go through that rise real quick, see if it has something cool. Because if there's like an FP boosting thing in here, I'm not going to complain. What is the puzzle this time? It is... Let's go to the Starlight Shot, why not? One doesn't hurt. Useless. approaches, that's right. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. That's it. Go to that first. There's this one approach right now. I'm honestly not bothered to go to that one down there in the storm. Maybe we can get it later. On some levels. I'm kind of low-key almost want to be able to fight this boss. Because I'm pretty sure Libra's weaker to fire damage. Should I do it? I feel like it would be funny. Take the runes, give it a symbol of avarice. We don't need the ancestor or spirit horn, honestly. Can I level up? No, I can't, because I just did that. Cool. I think we should fight him and see what happens. Oh, this is a mistake. This is what 100% a mistake. I should not have done this. We're at level 6. Maybe I should have done it on day 2. That would have made more sense, huh? We're so fine. Everything is so okay. We're made it to the house there. Let's just save them for when he did that counter attack. That's a guaranteed blow. I'm so mad.
Bitch.
You know what I should have done first as well? Level up this weapon to purple. That would make more sense. We
What?
could have done way more damage with this guy. We're gonna win anyway, doesn't matter. We could have done way more damage. This little white weapon. I think that kind of just messed him up. Give me something cool. 15% more fire damage for like a very small trade-off. Nice. Give me purple weapon. Purple. What do you have? Dookie trash. Buy a pouch. Okay, let's go level up first, and then go to the basement. We're gonna be in a
Oh
basement.
no.
Level 8.
I
Nice.
fucked up.
There's Crucible Knights here. I kind of want to kill a Crucible Knight. Do I want to? Not really. It's only 30k. We're at level 8. That's like, is that
Oh
even level?
no, it
That's not
doesn't
even
give
level.
me anymore.
I'm okay. Where's the golden tree? Come here. Okay, now, hopefully, I don't even know what I'm doing. As long as it's butter.
Yo.
The circle's closing in already? It didn't miss. Did I come that block fighting Libra? I didn't notice. If looking at my ults. You attacked too much though. I could have had the 20% upgrade. 4%. Oh, we're cooking so hard.
the fuck? I still have this.
Stagger them. It's stun locked. It's stun locked. Why do you get hyped up with it?
Should've just got the double Redulia. Bro, why can't I target this guy?
We don't need the more runes. We have fire damage negation spell left because my secondary perks are kind of trash, honestly.
What an odd run, bro.
Go back to the middle castle, go to the rooftop. Oh, we're fighting an ulcerated tree spirit? Oh, these guys are stupid weak to fire damage. Oh, we're gonna cook this guy so hard. No pun intended. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. I'll hold this. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's... yeah. Yeah. I probably didn't even need to, like, hit him that many times. At the beginning. Critical hit restoration of FP. Gradual fast. This is all really good stuff. We'll go with the critical hit restoration of FP. We're gonna get some decent amount of stance breaks. We're gonna spam flaming strike even harder if need be. I mean, honestly, a couple of starlight shards would have done the deal. So maybe I should have went with the gradual flask restoration. That's okay. Let's go grab this. We can like rotate upwards, see what the merchant is selling. And then we can kill the boss that's over here. Hopefully it's a day 2 boss. Is it? It is a day 2 boss. Nice, cool. We can go do that. Unfortunately, all the other day 2 bosses are in the corner. Which is not ideal. But yeah, my weapon is still buffed with bleed. See that? It's buffed with bleed because I did a critical attack. I don't want any of this trash. Go out. Go away. Actually, there is some seals up ahead as well. And the thing is... the seals... one of them gives you damage strength. The chances of that happening are very, very slim. Because there's like 100 incantations in the game, so... basically a 1 in 100 chance. Or 100 incantations in the base game, so... What's this guy selling though? I'll just buy a Wind and Grace, just in case I play like Dookie Balls. Oh my goodness me. Okay. I completely forgot that a giant seal of this guy would just come with Flame Gamma Strength. That's funny. That is funny. I don't want fire damage negation, I don't care. Good attack powered full HP. I mean, I could pick one of these up. I have damage and stuff. I don't really care. It's fine. I have the symbol of avarice. I'm gonna take it off before the boss fight. That is actually funny that the game gave me Flame Gamma Strength. Because that's like 20% more fire damage and physical damage in there, so we're doing both of those things. That's hilarious. I only last like 30 seconds, but if I end up finding those buffs that extend the duration of spells and stuff, it's a gargoyle. Cringe, but I'll fight it anyway. I hear a scarab, it's gotta be here. Come here. So at level 10, go kill this dude, get more levels. Stop that. How does that hit me? It makes no sense. Okay, can you like let me, can I heal first? Actually, I have that 20% healing boost, I forgot to have that. I didn't really need a graduate flask here. And it still would be really good. Okay, let me heal up again.
It's kind of tough.
closer because I don't want to get like a stance break when you're on like a hill. And I can't get my high damage on first. Stance break? Oh, that would have stance broken as well.
Bro, these are tough.
Damn, that hit me? Oscar is gonna do the destined attack effect, whatever it's called. Let me get the critical attack. Oh no, wait, I got it.
Those are tough.
Hell yeah. Attack power at full HP 14%.
Those are tough.
I mean, yeah, why not? I mean, Eleanor is actually insane to have against this final boss as well. But for the sake of doing the flame, but like honestly, Eleanor is like as good as you're gonna get. I forgot to use flame gravity strength because I'm silly.
Makes me want to practice.
Okay, now what? Now what? Do I have a stone sword key? No, I don't have one. It's already killed the field boss over there. Okay, so I guess we'll just go to the middle. Okay, now what? Now what? I still have a stone sword key? No, I don't have one. It's already killed the field boss over there. Okay, so I guess we'll just go to the middle. Not really much else we can do. There's a tree sentinel up top, that's fine. Please kill some crucible knights. Oh, it's not even in this circle. The game hates me. Where's the circle ending? Okay, we can go kill that boss up there then. Maybe it's an Erdtree avatar. Also really weak to fire damage. Pretty sure just as weak as the ulcerated tree spirit. That's some big boy damage. Oh, do you know one thing I completely forgot to do? I have the 3 or more great swords buffed active, and I haven't even been picking up great swords. I think I went past a couple as well. All I need is 2 because I already started off with 1. I completely forgot that I had that. That's fine. As long as we get it for the boss, then we'll be okay. But like as much damage as we're doing right now, if we had like the Evergel perk, or if I had 3 or more greatswords, we'd be cooking even harder. And I forgot that I have the demon perk active as well, that Libra effect. That Libra effect. That's gonna hurt. I'm gonna be greedy. Okay. Thankfully I had that passive. That's such a me way to choke as well. Like if I just didn't have that passive there and I died, that would have been so me. Commander's dead, we're gonna take that every time. I almost died to my helmet. I completely forgot about that too. Stop that. Wait, I have a buckler parry. Okay, can I stop being bad at this game for like 5 seconds? Maybe I should not have went for the critical attack stuff. I shouldn't have went for that. It's removing my fire. It stands good. And my critical attacks are gonna be doing it less. Some of these bosses, I guess. Wait, this is inherently just gonna remove the buff. I'm looking at fight this guy. We're at level. But the more rooms, the better. So we get more damage. I think I actually tested out that Libra buff. I did a little bit of testing on it. When I had about like 30 or so thousand runes, it gave me like a close to like a 7 or 8% damage boost. But when I had like over 100,000, I had like 120,000 runes, it gave me like a 30% damage boost, which is like, that's kind of crazy. Should be using flaming strike. These guys are immune to bleed.
Hey yo.
I have confident parry. What am I doing? Okay. He's gonna kill him. Cool. It's the only reason why I kept that shield. So just in case I fight a Crucible Knight or something. Okay, Great Sword. That's my objective right now. Getting 3 Great Swords. Let's go to these ruins. And hopefully find 3 Great Swords. We can go get rid of... I keep forgetting to use Flame Gammy Strength. Why am I like this? Okay, so we have to get rid of Eleanor's. But it's like 14% more damage at full HP. God damn it. I'm not gonna kill anything here, I don't care too. I'm just gonna go to these ruins, pick up some stuff. Ow. And I can go to the commander center. I don't know if I can't remember to use flame damage, how am I gonna remember to use that? Which ones would I get rid of though? I'd probably get rid of the seal and maybe the Eleanor's? I don't know. You know what? Who cares? Fuck the 3 Great Swords. Who cares? One of the downsides of running those perks, to sacrifice some good buffs sometimes. But that's okay. So honestly, it's just further proof where like relics are just not as important as in-game buffs, you know? Except for the Everdale relic is that one stupid, that can be like 40% more damage. It's pretty ridiculous. Is there another Everjail around here? There's one behind me. I think I can get the stone sword key. There's one. I'll find another one. We'll get rid of the commander standard. It is like a 20% damage boost with the commander standard, but it lasts like 30 seconds. And it's like the same thing as flank damage strength. Flank damage strength actually boosts your stamina recovery speed too. But then again, commander standard also boosts your defenses. So, I don't know. I'm putting enough time to buff with the one in the middle of a boss fight.
Yeah.
So it was probably gonna end up around about here. I think just I'm actually gonna end around here too. I feel like I should actually go to this good boss instead.
What? That hit me?
Okay, let's hope this one. So good boss instead.
That hit me again, bro.
Come back, dude. I'm gonna remember to use my buffs this time. Wrong button. That works, it does damage. Am I clicking the wrong shit? I am. Give me that big boy damage, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah, Commander Standard Flame Gammy Strength is definitely, yeah. Damn. He did not like that. That's a day 2 boss as well. And the game gave me gradual flask restoration anyway. It just gifted it me anyway. Can I quickly run to that Everjail and clear it out? It's kind of like a weird in-between. I could maybe do it. If I had my ult, I probably could have. not sure what this buff caps at. The demon's plating, whatever it's called. The Libra buff. Oh, it's already coming in and it's coming in fast.
I should have
It's
taken
just one
that, right?
crucible now. Okay, I actually got rid of my shit this time. Okay, this is where the gradual fast restoration comes in clutch. For moments like this, because it heals you for like so much more. Oh yeah. I really wish I didn't go for that bleed perk, but it's fine. That was a mistake. Wait a minute, I need the buff, that's right. I'm just gonna take the runes unless it's something like really good. Get a bigger damage boost. Wait for me, Storm. Cool. Okay. I wish you could remove some like certain passive effects, because I don't want that one. I don't want the inflict the blood loss when I get a critical attack. I made a mistake. Oh, I found the dancer. That's fine. I did dances we get the fire damage.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
We get a dark damage in Dark Souls. Dark damage doesn't exist in this game, so I don't know what her resistance is. Come back. Three great skills. He's done like 10% more damage. Shame. Damn, that damage is so stupid. I forgot to get buff again. Stop getting buff. It's about flame gummy strength and commander standard. I might buy you. By might, I mean definitely buy you. Thank you, passive effect, for saving me yet again. And to be fair, I forgot the buff. Okay, remember to buff. Please.
Bruh.
Physical attack power, we still buff. It is one down. We have 200,000. Imagine if we had to grab the Elder relic instead. Just like this 3 or more great swords relic that I have right now is pretty much fucking useless. I don't even have any great swords. We could be getting. How many damage are we getting? Yeah, better two or three, right? Now let's go buy a Wending Grace and get some exalted flesh. That's all I need. All I need. Okay. Buffing. Remember?
Yeah.
L2 again. I'm gonna Starlight Shot because why not? Spam fire damage. Spam lightning strike. I kinda wish I had my ult for this one. Oh yeah, this is the true Elden Ring roots right here. True Elden Ring roots. No, the game stole my critical attack. To be fair, I went for an extra heavy attack for some reason. That's gonna hurt me, but it's fine. If I had an ult, this would have been a one-sider 100%. 1000% this would have been a one-sider.
Damn.
And if I got the critical attack too. And if I use an exalted flesh. How do I keep getting to actually no, exalted flesh is a body buff, it doesn't stack on my strength. Hold on. Better stack. But it's like this worse stack. Now we got the ult. Doesn't matter. messed up a lot there. We could have killed him even faster. But that's proof right there that this build does really well when you're fighting those bosses weak to fire damage. Actually, even in general, like that messed up the dancing too. That's kind of crazy. This shit's kind of stupid. So yeah, that's interesting. That's pretty funny. I could have done way more damage there as well. That's actually kind of wild. I'm kind of disappointed in myself for not thinking hard enough. Anyway, that's pretty much it for this one. As always, please do like and subscribe. Also follow me on Twitch. I'm like live there every single day. This new sentient pest boss is going to come out tomorrow, so I'll be playing that all day as well. So yeah, give us a look over there. Anyway, catch you guys around. See yous. The new Dark Kryptonite Ever Dark boss did just drop yesterday, and if you did want to see my reaction to this boss and me playing against this boss with every character, you can just go check out yesterday's live stream. I did it with all 8 characters in solo, and they were all done first try. But for today, we're just gonna go highlight the Iron Eye in particular, because I have been getting some requests about just what my build that I do run with this character. It hasn't really changed up since like a few weeks ago when I did make my review for this character. It is pretty just standard, but I'm still gonna cover it anyway. Now, I'm not going to take this particular setup into the run, but yeah, it's pretty much to the final boss relic. We're going to have +1 character skill use, and then the Evergel relic. Like, these are the most important things. Now, I'm not going to run the Evergel relic for today, and the reason being is because I find the playstyle incredibly boring. I do not like the meta at all. I hate running from like the corner of the map to another corner of the map, and just fighting these shitty ass bosses and hoping that I get stone sword keys in these boring forts that we have to clear out. I'd rather just fight like the more interesting field bosses and clear out the middle castle to get like lots of runes. It's just more enjoyable to me. I just do not like this at all. It makes the game feel pretty stale, but the power is undeniable, and like it can be pretty cool your first few times when you're just doing nothing but just clearing out Evergels. It's fun to stack up all the damage, but doing it over and over again, and it's just annoying. And I hate that it's the meta. I really do. So what we're gonna do instead is run this particular setup. Now, the most important thing when it comes to an Iron Eye build, in my opinion, would be the final boss relic and continuously switching over and over again. I know there is a particular playstyle out there that incorporates using the initial attack damage boost and then having both your left hand and your right hand. I'm going to talk about this more in a later video when I break down like the best relics for every single character. But that one doesn't really perform that much better than just regular, just spamming with one go. Because the first light attack is actually slower than like your consecutive second, third, and fourth light attacks. So it doesn't really end up being that 12% more damage you might think it is. But with this, it can be like 20-30% more damage every single time you switch. You just keep firing your bow, you switch when you run out of stamina, or when you have like a downtime where a boss doesn't really give you that opening to attack, and then you can go ahead and just keep spamming the bow. Now, the one that does the attack power of added affinity attacks, this one is useless. These two are pretty good. They give you an extra buff, which is like plus 12 elemental damage. This one's like I think plus 5 to 10% more damage. I can't remember the exact number. This only gives you 10% more damage to the affinity buff itself. So it pretty much equals like 1 more damage, which yeah, not that cool, but it's still like a very solid relic overall. The +1 character skill use is going to be the most important character specific relic that he does have, because yeah, his skill is amazing. It's a broken dodge, gives you lots of iframes, helps you jab nicely, and if you block enemies, they can take 10% more damage. And if you break them up, it does a lot of damage and a lot of stance damage as well. And we conveniently have it with character skill cooldown. Obviously +3 would be like the most convenient. The +3 mine isn't that useful, although there will be some cases where you do end up using some skills, so it's not the most useless thing in the world. But for our third one, we are going to have extended duration for the week, which is pretty handy. Sometimes in solo play you can actually break it pretty quickly, and the times you actually do benefit from the extended duration is not that. Not that it doesn't come by that often, but it still is pretty important. And we do have the +3 bows equipped, giving us a 10% damage boost, which is very nice. Now, in a perfect world, we'll probably have like 1 or 2 more bows like right here to give me more damage, having the Evergel relic, maybe having something like the poison on the ultimate armor full charge, which is pretty cool as well. But yeah, for the most part, this is almost as good as it gets, obviously excluding the fact that we're not running the Evergels. Yeah, but yeah, probably gonna go take this bad boy into a game, tell you guys how I like to play the character. We are not doing that. No. Almost went into a multiplayer game. Okay, going into a solo game. Let's, I wanna play with randoms. The worst part about playing
Yeah.
I don't like playing with randoms. It's much more fun to me. Anyway, what do we have here? What is my objective? Okay, we have a lightning thing right here. And this boss is like weak to the lightning damage. And in camps, actually have a very good chance of spawning in some bows as well. It's nice because we obviously need to have a second bow so we can actually keep toggling back and forth. Now you can still toggle off, like after the buff wears off, which does last 10 seconds, you can just switch off like toggle to this one. Potential like over 30% damage too, which earlier than was it might be around about that much. Like added affinity bonus that you have. There's a flat damage amount, so it's gonna benefit you more than it would later in the game. Pick up some random tries. I think a stone sword key can spawn in here. Obviously we're still gonna clear up Evergels if we end up finding stone sword keys, but we're not gonna have it be the priority like it would be if we were gonna run the Evergel relic. Now you could still very well. I might as well pick that up. Please let me pick it up. You could still very well just run the relic and just not really care about it, because if you just clear out 2 Evergels, that's pretty much just 10% more damage, actually over 10% more damage. So like, I could have still ran it, but I'd rather just pick up the 3 bows and not really have to rely on like getting RNG for getting stone sword keys, and it's much more reliable to try and find 3 bows than it would be to try and find 3 stone sword keys. Actually, that's probably not even true, but actually, maybe it is true. Reduce spell FP cost, we don't care about that. Honestly, I don't really care to fight these Lendel Knights, because I have shields and stuff. We're just here to pick up the bows. Maybe we find like a lightning bow or something. We already found out 3 bows, that's fantastic. Do I need this FP restoration on attack? Let's go with that. Go to that bow. Nice, cool. We found a lightning bow, did we? Yes, cool. Adds lightning to the weapon. Well, the thing is, we're going to keep switching weapons anyway, so... But I believe it has lightning on top of it. I might be wrong. I mean, it should. Like, the arrow should just be a lightning, and then it should just add it on top. We'll find out, though. We will find out. Let's go kill this dog. It's the beauty of having 2 dodge skills right there. Now, where am I going? What am I doing? There is a field boss that spawns in here, so we have lots of options. I wasn't trying to clear out a camp, especially with a bow and arrow against shielded enemies. But this is a more now. We can go kill that. I don't have enough to get to level 3 just yet, because I would like that. Wait, I still didn't have that white bow equipped. Cool. Now we're level 3. We don't actually need to switch between 3 different bows. We can just switch between 2 different bows the entire time. And yes, if you did want to know, a blue bow that actually has the buff is going to do more damage than like a purple bow without a buff. So even if you manage to find a purple bow and a blue bow, it's still actually worth switching. But obviously, ideally, we want to be able to find a purple bow and just go like level up with another one. Or just level up 2 at the very least. Well, actually, leveling up 3 would be pretty nice.
Find
So I can just keep switching
crest or seal?
Because if I'm only having 2,
Crest.
we're gonna have to sacrifice a slot. I did not even see him there later.
Where would that crest be?
Die, please. Also, if you have like an opening to do damage, no point switching as well. That's gonna make you just do less damage. So, no point of doing that. Improved range up and attacks. Don't mind if I do. Okay. So we can go to this video. And then we would like to go grab some churches. That would be a thing that I'd like to do. What I should have done instead.
I need to find that crest.
That's fine. I should have went through the tunnel on this side, and it leads me back here. Then go through the other
What
tunnel.
if you can go on top of it without?
Okay, what are you doing? Go away.
Without.
Yes, by the way, if you see me not fully charging the bow, the ultimate, it's because it doesn't make you do any more damage. The damage is the exact same. There's pretty much no benefit to fully charging it, other than just having more iframes to like fully dodge and attack. Or if you're using that relic, that gives you more.
Now,
it
where's
gives
the
you poison,
damn
which you're not
crest?
running anyway. So
Is
I think it may
it?
go like a little bit further as well. So maybe if you're trying to snipe enemies at a further
No.
distance, or if you're trying to aim it too. Nice cover. It's like, where's the enemy? Where's the boss? Where's the muzzle? That is why having multiple dungeons is the best thing that you can do. And still having character skill cooldown, so you can spam it often. Because obviously if you use 2 back to back, you're still going to have to rely on character skill cooldown. And yeah, this is why he's the best character in the game and why he's completely broken. This is why he's the best. Enemies just don't even like attack you sometimes.
I
Just
wonder,
sit further back,
is it somewhere
just keep whacking at them. Let's go get hit
on the
these 2 trophies.
tower?
Yeah. Do I have the good merchant? Okay, the good merchant always has a chance.
I must have missed it like 5 times
Selling that
already.
purple bow. It's gonna cost like 40 something K. I just missed both of them. Nice. But this specific town merchant that has a chance of spawning in, it's like a 50%.
I really want to solve this one.
You can sell. He sells an additional Wending Grace, guaranteed Ritual Sword Talisman, and Dragon Crest Talismans, which are both good. And a bunch of weapons. Hopefully one of them being a purple bow. Damage negation at full HP is great, especially with our low health. Actually, can be a chance that bows do spawn in here as well, or bows or crossbows. If you see this particular like half-broken frenzied flame towers, there's always going to be some bows here. We don't need any of them. I already have Rain of Arrows, right? I mean, Rain of Arrows and the Great Bows would do better, and could just use that for these larger bosses. Because yeah, Rain of Arrows is like the best Asher Word that you can get. The best one that you can get.
I mean, I was already able to go in here.
Against larger bosses. Did my skill not work? Don't worry about shitty ass grab attacks. Now, his heavy attack can actually output more damage than like his light attack. But being that it has such a wide horizontal spread, you have to hit with all 3 to be able to do more damage. So if you miss with one bow or one arrow, it does do less damage than just straight up just R1 spam. And it's gonna consume more stamina as well. So keep an eye for that. We don't need any of these. I think it's just FP consumption. It's fine. Keep rotating across. Kinda want it to go guarantee a purple weapon. Right now, that's fine. We can go, hopefully the circle's most likely to end around about here, right? Maybe here actually as well. Who knows where it's gonna end, but it might rotate down either way. We're at level 7 right now, we're gonna get to level 8, we'll be perfectly fine. Don't have to do anything too fancy. And we're gonna have a few churches hit up as well. And the last one's in a pretty favorable spot. I might as well consume this rejuvenating bolus because there's a chance that we fight the worm face day 1. But yeah, this expedition is way better than the Gaping Jaw expedition for many reasons. One, the boss is obviously a lot cooler, in my opinion. But the end of day bosses are cooler. Actually, not the day 1 bosses, because you have a chance of fighting the Revenant and the worm face, which can be kind of cool. But other than that, it's better. Especially, not fighting an ancient dragon day 2 every single time and fighting Nameless King instead, or
it's a thingy.
But exactly.
What's it look like?
Boy damage with the markability.
I gotta hit something.
Don't know why I'm
Wonder where it is.
Can't go on with another boss drop. Maybe it's something like damage negation or health. It's not damage negation or health.
Is it somewhere around here?
Sure. Because we're getting my most damage. 80 damage, 75, because I have 3 red current bows. I think your starting bow can actually do the most damage, assuming you upgrade it. But I don't really care to upgrade it because obviously it's not going to come with any passive effects. And if it does do more damage, only by a little bit. And the passive effect is going to be more important. And it's going to save you some runes as well. But you could just go through a tunnel and almost guarantee a purple stone, or blue stone. Like I'm here because I want to find out what this guy is selling. I should have checked what was in the castle first. There's a death white bird up top there. Don't care to do that, it's trolls. That is highly annoying. Good thing about the Iron Eye means that you don't have to go close to enemies, so you can just hit them at a distance, and it means you can just kill enemies faster that way. You don't have to do a lot of running. Give me a purple. Okay, he sells the Tree Bow, which is not ideal, because the final bosses resist the holy damage. But he's always going to sell a purple stone for 18,000, which honestly is more efficient. So just getting 2 purple stones is probably the play. Let me buy a pouch or buy this, and I'm going to upgrade this one because it has rain arrows and it has lightning, which is just great. I'm not too sure if that added lightning actually clashes with the buff that we have going on right now.
Where's the damn crest?
That's fine. I kind of want to go through this tunnel real quick. We're another time. That's okay. Well, level 7 at the end of day 1.
Why is there
we have
water
one
here?
purple weapon that has rain of arrows and the added lightning bonus. And we have all the churches hit up as well, so we don't have to do any churches on day 2. So that's perfectly fine. And there is... Did I pick up a stone sword key? No, I did. Cool. And next to this circle is going to be a field boss and an Evergel, so we have a couple of easy kills there. We can mess around killing more field bosses because I'm not really trying to find out kill trolls and stuff. But we could go to the basement and maybe kill the deathbite bird. We'll see. We'll see if I want to kill the deathbite bird or not. Is there a scarab that spawns here? I probably could have picked up the ritual sword talisman, honestly. Actually, I don't have the money. Scarab, give me something good. Give me something for bows. I don't think that works. I don't think the Godskin Swaddling Cloth works with bow and arrows. It's like one of the downside of using bows.
Hey guys, it's Zach from the ConCon channel, and in this video I'm going to show you where... Hey guys, it's Zach from the ConCon channel, and in this video I'll show you where all the Nightreign. Now if you don't know what the Mage Tower looks like on your map, it is this put like... There are several ways of finding the crest for the Mage Towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now if you look around the Mage Tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it'll ways of finding the crest for the Mage Towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now if you look around the Mage Tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it'll reveal the crest.
Well...
Open up the Mage. The crest is through the dead trees, so if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees. All you'll need to do is just break them, and you'll see that once you... Another way of entering into the Mage Tower, sometimes there'll be a door that has no crest symbol on it. This means that you can literally just walk through because it is a fake door, and once you walk through it, the door will then be lifted. Now another way of getting a crest is through the podium. Now if you see this podium right outside of the Mage Tower, all you need to do is break it, and the seal the way is going to be the violent rustling trees. If you look to the left, you should see is going to be the violent rustling trees. If you look to the left, you should see these trees. Other location for the crest at the Mage Tower is going to be literally right above the door. Now if you don't have a ranged weapon to break the seal, location for the crest is going to be the little shack that is built on the side of the Mage Tower. So if you come to the left or anywhere around the Mage Tower and you see this almost extension building looking thing like this, if you break it, you'll then... The final way that you can find the crest is by looking for the pond to the right of the Mage Tower. Now sometimes the Mage Tower will already be open, and a way to find the crest is through 2 different ways, which is this candlestick right over here. If it is not lit, this is one of the ways, and then if this statue is missing. Now because this candlestick is not lit, what we need to do is unequip both of our weapons, and what we're going to do is run and climb up the wall and then melee the candlestick just like that. On the interior is going to be found to the right where I told you about that statue. As you can see, it is now Zach from the Concon channel. Hey guys, it's Zach from the Concon channel, and in this video I'm going to show you where all the crest locations can be found for the mage towers in Elden Ring Nightreign. Now if you don't know what the mage tower looks like on your map, it is this green pointy looking building like this, as you can see, and this is what it looks like when you get close enough. Now there are several ways of finding the crest for the mage towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now if you look around the mage tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it'll reveal the crest, and then you can destroy the crest.
Alright.
The mage tower. Now another way of finding the crest is through the dead trees. So if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees. All you'll need to do is just break them, and you'll see that once you do so, the crest will be revealed. Now another way of entering into the mage tower, sometimes there'll be a door that has no crest symbol on it. This means that you can literally just walk through because it is a fake door, and once you walk through it, the door will then be lifted. Now another way of getting a crest is through the podium. Now if you see this podium right outside of the mage tower, all you need to do is break it, and the seal will be revealed for you to go ahead and break, and then you can enter in. Now another way is going to be the violent rustling trees. If you look to the left, you should see these trees that are moving abnormally compared to the rest, and if you look down beneath them, you should see the crest, and all you need to do is just jump, run into it or melee, and it should break. Now another location for the crest at the mage tower is going to be literally right above the door. Now if you don't have a ranged weapon to break the seal, what you can do is climb the frame of the door, and then you can just climb the wall to break the seal.
What is
now
this
another
for?
location for the crest is going to be the little shack that is built on the side of the mage tower. So if you come to the left or anywhere around the mage tower and you see this almost extension building looking thing like this, if you break it, you'll then find the
resolve some more.
Now the final way that you can find the crest is by looking for the pond to the right of the mage tower building. Now in the pond, if you look closely, there will be the symbol of the crest in the water. In the reflection, all you need to do is just come above it, jump or run into it, and it should break. Now sometimes the mage tower will already be open, and a way to find the crest is through two different ways, which is this candlestick right over here. If it is not lit, this is one of the ways, and then if this statue is missing. Now because this candlestick is not lit, what we need to do is unequip both of our weapons, and what we're going to do is run and climb up the wall and then melee the candlestick. Just like that, and you should get the crest. Now the second crest on the interior is going to be found to the right where I told you about that statue. As you can see, it is now missing, so if we go ahead and hit this blank wall, it should reveal the crest behind the wall, and you can go ahead and break it. It's been Zach from the Concon channel. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and thanks for watching. It's Zach from the Concon channel, and in this video I'm going to show you where all the crest locations can be found for the mage towers in Elden Ring Nightreign. Now if you don't know what the mage tower looks like on your map, it is this green pointy looking building like this, as you can see, and this is what it looks like when you get close enough. Now there are several ways of finding the crest for the mage towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now if you look around the mage tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it'll reveal the crest, and then you can destroy the crest to open up the mage tower. Now another way of finding the crest is through the dead trees. So if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees. All you'll need to do is just break them, and you'll see that once you do so, the crest will be revealed. Now another way of entering into the mage tower, sometimes there will be a door that has no crest symbol on it. This means that you can literally just walk through because it is a fake door, and once you walk through it, the door will then be lifted. Now another way of getting a crest is through the podium. Now if you see this podium right outside of the mage tower, all you need to do is break it, and the seal will then be revealed for you to go ahead and break, and then you can enter in. Now another way is going to be the violent rustling trees. If you look to the left, you should see these trees that are moving abnormally compared to the rest, and if you look down beneath them, you should see the crest, and all you need to do is jump, run into it, and melee, and it should break. Now Now another location for the crest at the mage tower is going to be literally right above the door. Now if you don't have a ranged weapon to break the seal, what you can do is climb the frame of the door and then you can just climb the wall to break the seal. Now another location for the crest is going to be the little shack that is built on the side of the mage tower. So if you come to the left or anywhere around the mage tower and you see this almost extension building looking thing like this, if you break
What
it,
the
you'll
fuck?
then
I
find
cannot
the
hit this fucker.
now the final way that you can find the crest is by looking for the pond to the right of the mage tower building. Now in the pond, if you look closely, there will be the symbol of the crest in the water. In the reflection, all you need to do is just come above it, jump or run into it, and it should break. Now sometimes the mage tower will already be open, and the way to find the crest is through two different ways.
Whoa,
This
you
candle
got me?
stick right over here, if it is not lit, this is one of the ways, and then if this statue is missing. Now, because this candlestick is not lit, what we need to do is unequip both of our weapons, and what we're going to do is run along the wall and then melee the candlestick.
Come
Just like
on.
that, and you should get the crest. Now, the second crest on the interior is going to be found to the right where I told you about that statue. As you can see, it is now missing. So if we go ahead and hit this black wall, it should reveal the crest behind the door and you can just break it. It's been Zach from the Content channel. I hope you guys enjoyed the video and thanks for watching. Hey guys, it's Zach from the Concon channel, and in this video I'm going to show you where all the crest locations can be found for the mage towers in Nightreign.
Damn.
Now if you don't know what the mage tower looks like on the map, it is this green pointy looking building like this, as you can see, and this is what it looks like when you get close enough. Now there are several ways of finding the crest for the mage towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now if you look around the mage tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it'll reveal the crest, and then you can destroy the crest to open up the mage tower. Now another way of finding the crest is through the dead trees. So if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees. All you'll need to do is break them, and you'll see that once you do so, the crest will be revealed. Now another way of entering into the mage tower, sometimes there'll be a door that has no crest symbol on it. This means that you can literally just walk through because it is a fake door, and once you walk through it, the door will then be lifted. Now another way of getting a crest is through the podium. Now if you see this podium right outside of the mage tower, all you need to do is break it, and the seal will then be revealed for you to go ahead and break, and then you can enter in. Now another way is going to be finding rustling trees. If you look to the left, you should see these trees that are moving abnormally compared to the rest, and if you look down beneath them, you should see the crest, and all you need to do is just jump, run into it or melee, and it should break. Now another location for the crest at the mage tower is going to be literally right above the door. Now if you don't have a ranged weapon to break the seal, what you can do is climb the frame of the door, and then you can just climb the wall to break the seal. Now another location for the crest is going to be the little shack that is built on the side of the mage tower. So if you come to the left or anywhere around the mage tower and you see this almost extension building looking thing like this, if you break it, you'll then find the crest beneath it. Now the final way that you can find the crest is by looking for the pond to the right of the mage tower building. Now in the pond, if you look closely, there will be the symbol of the crest in the water. In the reflection, all you need to do is just come above it, jump or run into it, and it should break. Now sometimes the mage tower will already be open, and a way to find the crest is through two different ways, which is this candle stick right over here. If it is not lit, this is one of the ways, and then if this statue is missing. Now because this candlestick is not lit, what we need to do is unequip both of our weapons, and what we're going to do is run, climb up the wall, and melee the candlestick. Just like that, and you should get the crest. Now the second crest on the interior is going to be found to the right where I told you about that statue. As you can see, it is now missing. So if we go ahead and hit the blank wall, it should reveal the crest behind the wall, and you can go ahead and break it. This is Zach from the Concon channel. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and thanks for watching. Channel, and in this video I'm going to show you where the crest locations
Bro, that hit.
for the mage towers in Elden Ring. up, it is this green, pointy looking building like this, as you can see, and this is what it looks like when you get close enough. Now there are several ways of finding the crest for the mage towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now if you look around the mage tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it will reveal the crest, and you can destroy the crest of the mage tower. Now another way of finding the crest is through the dead trees. So if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees. All you'll need to do is just break them, and you'll see that once you do so, the crest will be revealed. Now another way of entering into the mage tower, sometimes there'll be a door that has no crest symbol on it. This means that you can literally just walk through because it is a fake door, and once you walk through it, the door will then be lifted. Now another way of getting a crest is through the podium. Now if you see this podium right outside of the mage tower, all you need to do is break it, and the seal will then be revealed for you to go ahead and break, and then you can enter in. Now another way is going to be the violent rustling trees. If you look to the left, you should see these trees that are moving abnormally compared to the rest, and if you look down beneath them, you should see the crest, and all you need to do is just jump, run into it or melee, and it should break. Now another location for the crest at the mage tower is going to be literally right above the door. Now if you don't have a ranged weapon to break the seal, what you can do is climb the frame of the door, and then you can just climb the wall to break the seal. Now another location for the crest is going to be the little shack that is built on the side of the mage tower. So if you come to the left or anywhere around the mage tower and you see this almost extension building looking thing like this, if you break it, you'll then find the crest beneath it. Now the final way that you can find the crest is by looking for the pond to the right of the mage tower building. Now in the pond, if you look closely, there will be the symbol of the crest in the water. In the reflection, all you need to do is just come above it, jump or run into it, and it should break. Now sometimes the mage tower will already be open, and a way to find the crest is through two different ways, which is this candle to the right of the door that is not lit. This is one of the ways, and then if this statue is missing. Now because this candlestick is not lit, what we need to do is unequip both of our weapons, and what we're going to do is run and climb up the wall and then melee the candlestick. Just like that, and you should get the crest. Now the second crest on the interior is going to be found to the right, where I told you about that statue. As you can see, it is now missing. So if we go ahead and hit this blank wall, it should reveal the crest behind the wall, and you can go ahead and make it. It's been Zach from the Concon channel. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and thanks for watching. Concon channel, and in this video I'm going to show you where all the crest locations can be found for the Elden Ring.
That's still it.
Now if you don't know what the mage tower looks like,
Damn.
it is this
How do you dodge that one?
like this, as you can see, and this is what it looks like when you get close enough. Now there are several ways of finding the crest for the mage tower. One of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now if you look around the mage tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it will reveal the crest, and then you can destroy the crest to open up the mage tower. Now another way of finding the crest is through these dead trees. So if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees. All you need to do is just break them, and you'll see that once you do so, the crest will be revealed. Now another way of entering into the mage tower, sometimes there'll be a door that has no crest symbol on it. This means that you can literally just walk through because it is a fake door, and once you walk through it, the door will then be lifted. Now another way of getting a crest is through the podium. Now if you see this podium outside of the mage tower, all you need to do is break it, and the seal will then be revealed for you to go ahead and break, and then you can enter in. Now another way is going to be the violent rustling trees. If you look to the left, you should see these trees that are moving abnormally compared to the rest, and if you look down beneath them, you should see the crest. All you need to do is just jump, run into it, melee, and it should break. Now another location for the crest at the mage tower is going to be literally right above the door. Now if you don't have a ranged weapon to break the seal, what you can do is climb the frame of the door, and then you can just climb the wall. Now another location for the crest is going to be the little shack that is built on the side of the mage tower. So if you come to the left or anywhere around the mage tower and you see this almost extension building looking thing like this. If you break it, you'll then find the crest beneath it. Now the final way that you can find the crest is by looking for the pond to the right of the Mage Tower building. Now in the pond, if you look closely, there will be the symbol of the crest in the water. In the reflection, all you need to do is just come above it, jump or run into it, and it should break. Now sometimes the Mage Tower will already be open, and a way to find the crest
it
is
actually hit me
through
this
two
time.
different ways, which is this candlestick right over here. If it is not lit, this is one of the ways. And then if this statue is missing. Now, because this candlestick is not lit, what we need to do is unequip both of our weapons. And what we're going to do is run and climb up the wall and then melee the candlestick. Just like that, and you should get the crest. Now the second crest on the interior is going to be found to the right where I told you about that statue. As you can see, it is now missing. So if we go ahead and hit this blank wall, it should reveal the crest behind the wall. And we can go ahead and break it. It's been Zach from the Concon channel. I hope you guys enjoyed the video.
Damn.
Thanks for watching. Can be found for the Mage Towers in Elden Ring. Now, if you don't know what the Mage Tower looks like on your map, it is this green, pointy looking building like this, as you can see, and this is what it looks like.
Oh god
There
damn.
are several ways of finding the crest for the Mage Towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now, if you look around the Mage Tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it will reveal the crest, and then you can destroy the crest to open the Mage Tower. Now, another way of finding the crest is through the dead trees. So if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees. All you need to do is just break them, and you'll see that once you do so, the crest will be revealed. Now, another way of entering into the Mage Tower, sometimes there will be a door that has no crest symbol on it. This means that you can literally walk through because it is a fake door, and once you walk through it, the door will then be open. Now, another way of getting a crest is through the podium. Now, if you see this podium right outside of the Mage Tower, all you need to do is break it, and the skill will then be revealed for you to go ahead and break, and then you can enter in. Now, another way is going to be the violent.
God, you're quite annoying, bro.
You should see these trees that are moving abnormally compared to the rest, and if you look down beneath them, you should see all you need to do is just run into it or melee, and it should break. Now, another location for the crest at the Mage Tower is going to be literally right above the door. Now, if you don't have a ranged weapon to break the sill, what you can do is climb the frame of the door, and then you can just climb the wall to break the sill. Now, another location for the crest is going to be the little shack that is built on the side of the Mage Tower. So if you come to the left or anywhere around the Mage Tower and you see this almost extension building looking thing, like this, if you break it, you'll then find the crest beneath it. Now, the final way that you can find the crest is by looking for the pond to the right of the Mage Tower building. Now, in the pond, if you look closely, there will be the symbol of the crest in the water. In the reflection, all you need to do is just come above it, jump or run into it, and it should break. Now, sometimes the Mage Tower will already be open, and the way to find the crest is through two different ways, which is this candle stick right over here. If it is not lit, this is one of the ways, and then if this statue is missing. Now, because this candlestick is not lit, what we need to do is unequip both of our weapons, and what we're going to do is run and climb up the wall, and then melee the candlestick. Just like that, and you should get the crest. Now, the second crest on the interior is going to be found to the right where I told you about that statue. As you can see, it is now missing. So if we go ahead and hit this blank wall, it should reveal the crest behind the wall, and you can go ahead and break it. It's been Zach from the Concon channel. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and thanks for watching. Locations can be found for the Mage Towers in Elden Ring. Now, if you don't know what the Mage Tower looks like on your map, it is this green, pointy looking building like this, as you can see, and this is what it looks like when you get close enough. Now, there are several ways of finding the crest for the Mage Towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now, if you look around the Mage Tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it will reveal the crest, and then you can destroy the crest to open up the mage tower. Now another way of finding the crest is through the dead trees. So if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees. All you'll need to do is just break them, and you'll see that once you do so, the crest will be revealed. Now another way of entering into the mage tower, sometimes there'll be a door that has no crest symbol on it. This means that you can literally just walk through because it is a fake door, and once you walk through it, the door will then be open. Now,
what?
of getting a crest is through the podium. Now, if you see this podium right outside of the mage tower, all you need to do is break it, and the seal will then be revealed for you to go ahead and break, and then you can enter. Now, another way is going to be the violent rustling trees. If you look to the left, you should see these trees that are moving abnormally compared to the rest, and if you look down beneath them, you should see the crest. All you need to do is jump, run into it, or melee, and it should break. Now, another location for the crest at the mage tower is going to be literally right behind the door. Now, if you don't have a ranged weapon to break the seal, what you can do is climb the frame of the door, and then you can just climb the wall to break the seal. Now, another location for the crest is going to be the little shack that is built on the side of the mage tower. So if you come to the left or anywhere around the mage tower and you see this almost extension building looking thing, like this, if you break it, you'll then find the crest beneath it. Now the final way that you can find the crest is by looking for the pond to the right of the mage tower building. Now in the pond, if you look closely, there will be the symbol of the crest in the water. In the reflection, all you need to do is just come above it, jump or run into it, and now sometimes the mage tower will already be open, and a way to find the crest is through two different ways, which is this candlestick right over here. If it is not lit, this is one of the ways, and then if this statue is missing. Now because this candlestick is not lit, what we need to do is unequip both of our weapons, and what we're going to do is run and climb up the wall and then melee the candlestick. Just like that, and get the crest. Now the crest on the interior is going to be found to the right, where I told you about that statue. As you can see, it is now missing. So if we go ahead and hit this black wall, it should reveal the crest behind the wall, and you can go ahead and break it. It's been Zach from the Concon channel. I hope you guys enjoy the video, and thanks for watching. Hey guys, it's Zach from the Concon channel, and in this video I'm going to show you where all the crest locations can be found for the mage towers in Elden Ring Nightreign. Now if you don't know what the mage tower looks like on your map, it is this green pointy looking building like this, as you can see, and this is what it looks like when you get close enough. Now there are several ways of finding the crest for the mage towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now if you look around the mage tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it'll reveal the crest, and then you can destroy the crest to open up the mage tower. Now another way of finding the crest is through the dead trees. So if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees. All you'll need to do is just break them, and you'll see that once you do so, the crest will be revealed. Now another way of entering into the mage tower, sometimes there'll be a door that has no crest symbol on it. This means that you can literally just walk through because it is a fake door, and once you walk through it, the door will then be lifted. Now another way of getting a crest is through the podium. Now if you see this podium right outside of the mage tower, all you need to do is break it, and the seal will then be revealed for you to go ahead and break, and then you can enter in. Now another way is going to be the violent rustling trees. If you look to the left, you should see these trees that are moving abnormally compared to the rest, and if you look down beneath them, you should see the crest, and all you need to do is just jump, run into it, or melee, and it should break. Now another location for the crest at the mage tower is going to be literally right by the door. Now if you don't have a ranged weapon to break the seal, what you can do is climb the frame of the door, and then you can just climb the wall to break the seal. Now another location for the crest is going to be the little shack that is built on the side of the mage tower. So if you come to the left or anywhere around the mage tower and you see this almost extension building looking thing like this, if you break it, you'll find the crest beneath it. Now the final way that you can find the crest is by looking for the pond to the right of the mage tower building. Now in the pond, if you look closely, there will be the symbol of the crest in the water. In the reflection, all you need to do is just come above it, jump or run into it, and it should break. Now sometimes the mage tower will be open, and a way to find the crest is through two different ways, which is this candle stick right over here. If it is not lit, this is one of the ways, and then if this statue is missing. Now because this candlestick is not lit, what we need to do is unplug both of our weapons, and what we're going to do is run and climb up the wall and then melee the candlestick. Just like that.
Oh shit, fuck.
Now
I
the
would
second
have
crest
died.
in the interior is going to be found to the right, where I told you about that statue. As you can see, it is now missing. So if we go ahead and hit this blank wall, it should reveal the crest behind the wall, and you can go ahead and break it. It's been Zach from the ConCon channel. I hope you guys enjoy the video, and thanks for watching. Hey guys, it's Zach from the ConCon channel, and in this video I'm going to show you where all the crest locations can be found for the mage towers in Elden Ring Nightreign. Now if you don't know what the mage tower looks like on your map, it is this green, pointy looking building like this, as you can see, and this is what it looks like when you get closer. Now there are several ways of finding the crest for the mage towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now if you look around the mage tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it will reveal the crest, and then you can use the crest to open up the mage tower. Now another way of finding the crest is through these dead trees. So if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees. All you need to do is just break them, and you'll see that once you do so, the crest will be revealed. Now another way of entering into the mage tower, sometimes there will be a door that has no crest symbol on it. This means that you can literally just walk through it door, and once you walk through it, the door will then be lifted. Now another way of getting a crest is through the podium. Now if you see this podium right outside of the mage tower, you need to this podium, and the shield will then be revealed for you to go ahead and break, and then you can enter in. Now another way is going to be through finding rustling trees. If you look to the left, you should see these trees that are moving abnormally compared to the rest, and if you look down beneath them, you should see the crest. All you need to do is just jump, run into it or melee, and it should break. Now another location for the crest of the mage tower is going to be literally right above the door. Now if you don't have a ranged weapon to break the seal, what you can do is climb the frame of the door, and then you can just climb the wall to break it. Now another location for the crest is going to be the little shack that is built on the side of the mage tower. So if you come to the left or anywhere around the mage tower and you see this almost extension building looking thing, if you break it, you'll then find the crest beneath it. Now the final way that you can find the crest is by looking for the pond to the right of the mage tower building. Now in the pond, if you look closely, there will be the symbol of the crest in the water. In the reflection, all you need to do is just come above it, jump or run into it. Now sometimes the mage tower will already be open, and a way to find the crest is through two different ways, which is this candle stick right over here. If it is not lit, this is one of the ways, and then if this statue is missing. Now because this candlestick is not lit, what we need to do is unequip both of our weapons, and what we're going to do is run and climb up the wall and then melee the candlestick. Just like that, and get the crest. Now the second crest on the interior is going to be found to the right, where I told you about that statue. As you can see, it is now missing. So if we go ahead and hit this blank wall, it should reveal the crest behind the wall, and you can go ahead and break it. It's been Zach from the ConCon channel. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and thanks for watching.
Oh man, fuck, I wasn't paying attention. No way, dude.
Hey guys, it's Zach from the ConCon channel, and in this video I'm going to show you where all the crest locations can be found for the mage towers in Elden Ring Nightreign. Now if you don't know what the mage tower looks like on the map, it is this green, pointy looking building like this, as you can see, and this is what it looks like when you get closer. Now there are several ways of finding the crest for the mage towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now if you look around the mage tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around.
Wait, what?
It will reveal the crest, and then you can destroy the crest. Now another way of finding the crest is through the dead trees. So if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees. All you need to do is just break them, and you'll see that once you do so, the crest will be revealed. Now another way of entering into the mage tower, sometimes there will be a door
Oh man,
This
pop.
means that you can literally just walk through the door. Once you walk through it, the door will then be lifted. Now another way of killing a crest is through the podium. Now if you see this podium right outside of the tower, all you need to do is break it, and the seal will then be revealed for you to go ahead and break, and then you can enter in. Now another way is going to be the violent growth of trees. If you look to the left, you should see these trees that are moving abnormally compared to the rest. And if you look down beneath them, you should see the crest. All you need to do is just jump, run into it or melee, and it should break. Now another location for the crest of the mage tower is going to be literally right above the door. Now if you don't have a ranged weapon to break the seal, what you can do is climb the frame of the door, and then you can just climb the wall to break the seal. Now another location for the crest is going to be the little strap that is built on the side of the mage tower. So if you come to the left or anywhere around the mage tower and you see this almost extension building looking thing, like this, if you break it, you'll then find the crest beneath it.
Wait, what?
Now the final way that you can find the crest is by looking for the pond to the right of the mage tower building. Now in the pond, if you look closely, there will be the symbol of the crest in the water. In the reflection, all you need to do is just come above it, jump or run into it, and it should break. Now sometimes the mage tower will already be open, and a way to find the crest is through two different ways, which is this candle stripped right over here. If it is not lit, this is one of the ways, and then if this statue is missing. Now because this candlestick is not lit, what we need to do is uncloak the
Ah, damn.
and what we're going to do is run and climb up the wall and then melee the candlestick. Just like that, and you should get the crest. Now the second crest on the interior is going to be found to the right where I told you about that statue. As you can see, it is now missing. So if we go ahead and hit this blank wall, it should reveal the crest behind the wall, and you can go ahead and break it. It's been Zach from the Concon channel. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and thanks for watching. Hey guys, it's Zach from the Concon channel, and in this video I'm going to show you where all the crest locations can be found for the mage towers in Elden Ring Nightreign. Now if you don't know what the mage tower looks like on your map, it is this green pointy looking building like this, as you can see, and this is what it looks like when you get close enough. Now there are several ways of finding the crest for the mage towers, and one of the first ways that I'm going to show you is the moving tree trunk. Now if you look around the mage tower, you should find a tree trunk that is moving around, and if you kill it, it'll reveal the crest, and then you can destroy the crest to open up the mage tower. Now another way of finding the crest is through the dead trees. So if you come to the left hand side, you should sometimes see these dead trees, or
Pointy looking thing. damn. Where's the underground? I actually can't find it. Oh, it's right here. Dane, where are we going? Oh, nice. Ah, yeah. Why don't we go here first? Oh my fucking god, dude. You have got to be fucking kidding me. That's a long ass walk, dude. No way, dude. Ah, that's a tough shot, dude. No shot. No shot, no shot, no shot. Tough game. Yeah, tough shot, no game. We got lucky.
your choice. It
fuck was that? First one ever jail, dude. Could've went there. Yeah, that ever jail walk was fucking wrong, bro. Bam. These guys are really farmed castle. I think they did. stuff. Why are they going over there? It's over here. Oh no. Oh, I guess it's over there. Fucking bitch. Oh, bro. Oh shit, I looked at the wrong way. Damn, I guess this game is easy if you know how to control your shit. Especially because there's 3 people. no, I forgot to put out the other one. Bro. Well, damn. Oh, this tough and far. Ah, what the fuck? Bruh. Tragic. That is fucking tragic, bro. I feel so bad. That is goddamn tragic, man. So, oh god. I am I can get that one. No, I crashed again. No. I'm done. Oh, close. Oh, come on, dude. No. What the fuck, dude? I'm gonna stay level 9, bro. Like some serious shit. Oh god, the toughest game ever. No shot, bro. What? Level 10. At least they're level 12. Hmm. Motherfucker. Oh. God damn. What? That's such a massive AoE, dude. Alright, I'm done for the night. I keep crashing. GG.